Tu as déjà distribué? Ça, aujourd'hui, ça va être... La dernière fois, c'était jusqu'à midi.
Quelle a eu l'honneur avec vous?
La présidente.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Could I please ask you to take your seats so we can start? Dear colleagues, the session, as adjourned on the 26th of January, is reopened. The minutes and the texts adopted of the sittings of 19th and 26th of January are available. Can I ask if there are any comments? This does not seem to be the case, and therefore the minutes are approved. The S&D Group has notified me of decisions relating to changes to appointments within committees and delegations. These decisions will be set out in the minutes of today's sitting and take effect on the date of this announcement. The ENVI Committee has transmitted a corrigendum to a text adopted by the Parliament pursuant to Rule 241, paragraph 4. This corrigendum will be deemed approved unless, no later than 24 hours after its announcement, a request is made by a political group or members reaching at least the low threshold that it be put to the vote. The corrigendum is available on the plenary webpage. Its title will be published in the minutes of this sitting. The LIBE Committee decided to enter into interinstitutional negotiations pursuant to Rule 71, paragraph 1 of the Rules of Procedure. The report, which constitutes the mandate for the negotiations, is available on the plenary webpage and its title will be published in the minutes of the sitting. Pursuant to Rule 71, paragraph 2, members or political groups reaching at least the medium threshold may request in writing by tomorrow, Thursday the 2nd of February at midnight, that the decision be put to the vote. If no request for a vote in Parliament is made within the deadline, the committee may start the negotiations. We now move to the order of business. The final draft agenda, as adopted by the Conference of Presidents on 18 January pursuant to Rule 157, has been distributed. With agreement of the political groups, I wish to put to the House the following proposals for changes to the final draft agenda for Thursday. First of all, 4 reports by Mr. Dzhambazki, Mr. Khalitsky and Ms. Aubry on the requests for the waiver of the immunity of 4 members, and 1 report by Mr. Garcia del Blanco on the request for the defence of the immunity of a member are added to the votes. Then the vote on the resolution on an EU strategy to boost industrial competitiveness, trade and quality jobs is postponed to the February 2 part sessions. If there are no objections, these changes will be approved, and we now move to the changes requested by political groups. Starting with today, Wednesday, the EPP Group has requested that the debate on the Council and Commission statements on preparation of the Special European Council meeting of February, in particular the need to develop sustainable solutions in the area of asylum and migration, be wound up with a resolution to be voted at the next part session. I give the floor to Mr. Jeroen Lenaers to move the request on behalf of the EPP Group.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. You already introduced our request quite well, I would say. We have this very important debate this afternoon. Ideally, we would like to wind it up with a resolution this week, so we can also very clearly express our expectations to the European leaders about what we expect them, giving to understand that this is not possible in a short Brussels plenary session. So then we would like to request a resolution to wind up the debate in the next plenary session in Strasbourg, so we can assess what the European leaders have done in this summit and to also give our opinion on that. This is a crucial European Council meeting. 70% of Europeans are concerned about migration, and I think they would very much like to know where this House stands. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lennes. Can I ask whether any colleague would like to speak against this proposal? If not, we will go straight to the vote, and the request will be made by roll call. I open the vote. I close the vote. And it is rejected, so the agenda remains unchanged. Also for Wednesday, the EPP has requested that a Commission statement on transparency in the funding of NGOs and the protection of EU financial interests be added as the third point in the afternoon. As a consequence, the sitting would be extended until 9 p.m. I give the floor to Ms. Monika Hohlmeier to move the request on behalf of the EPP Group. Number 250. Yes, there you are.
Thank you, President. Dear colleagues, in line with Article 158 of the Rules of Procedure, I would like to ask to add a debate to the agenda with the title Transparency in the Funding of NGOs and the Protection of EU Financial Interests. The debate is meant as a reaction to every day newly appearing revelations about misconduct of certain NGOs like Fight Against Impunity and No Peace Without Justice, who have been directly involved in the latest scandal shaking the European Parliament. And every day there are appearing new articles about new NGOs. As they have received EU funding for projects, that means taxpayer money. It is our responsibility to look into whether the funds are spent in line with the EU rules. The public expects us to address this urgent matter now.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hohlmeier. I give the floor to any member who would like to speak against this request. Ms. Manon-Aubry.
Quel sens de la démocratie?
Well, what a great concept of democracy there. Yeah, everybody's already booing me. So, colleagues from the EPP group, I do understand that you have a certain amount of intransigence about NGOs. Of course, I share that element, and I hope that all the political lessons have been drawn from Qatargate. So, what a shame that we've forgotten about the December resolution on the transparency register, which provided for a committee of inquiry on Qatargate and called for the creations of an independent ethics body. All of these proposals are still being opposed by the EPP across in the European Parliament. You're very happy to point your finger at the NGOs, but you're not drawing any of the necessary lessons from this corruption scandal.
The request to a vote by roll call, and the vote is open. Vote is closed, and it is rejected. And the agenda remains unchanged. Also, for Wednesday, today, the ECR group has requested that a Commission statement on public security and the terrorist threat in Europe in the light of the recent knife attacks in Germany and Spain be added as a fourth point in the afternoon. I give the floor to Mr. Buxadé to move the request on behalf of the ECR group.
Gracias.
Thank you, President. On the 25th of January last, as you know, a terrorist awaiting deportation wielded a machete to kill a sacristan. He injured a priest and various parishioners at a church in Algeciras in Spain. On the 24th of January, another terrorist assassinated 2 people and injured several people in a train in the north of Germany. On the 30th of January last, another attack in Brussels, 3 serious injuries. In accordance with Article 3 of the European Treaty, the EU has to provide all Europeans with an area of freedom, security and justice, guarantee freedom of movement, ensure checks on external borders, measures dealing with asylum, immigration, prevention of crime. Terrorist attacks are increasing in cities in Europe, and our compatriots are calling for a serious, in-depth, fact-based debate. And so we would call for a debate on public security and terrorist threat in Europe in the light of the recent knife attack in Germany and Spain. Thank you.
Mr. Buxader, can I give the floor to any member who would like to speak against this request? I don't see that to be the case, so we put the request to a vote by roll call. The vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is rejected. The ECR group has requested that a Commission statement on violent left-wing extremism and the terrorist actions of anarchists in Europe be added as the fifth point in the afternoon. As a consequence, the sitting would be extended until 9 p.m. The debate would be wound up with a resolution to be voted at during the next past session. I give the floor first to Mr. Vincenzo Sofo to move the request on behalf of the ECR group.
Sì, grazie Presidente.
Thank you very much, President. On behalf of the CR group, we're asking for an urgent debate in this House on the subject you described. That's violent extremism from the left and the anarchist movement in Europe. The Italian institutions have been attacked by a number of intimidation acts, which could be described as terrorism, that are coming from anarchist movements. One of these issues is one anarchist leader who is in prison. This is someone who had placed bombs outside a military barracks. We've got similar acts in Spain and Germany, and it shows that there are highly organized violent attacks going on. So their aim is to destabilize our democracies. Particularly worrying in all of this is there are left-wing extremists that have been involved in political violence, and I think we need to have a clear, strong debate which unanimously condemns these actions.
For an alternative proposal from the SD group to Ms. Elisabetta Gualmini.
Chair, actually we are not against the topic itself, but for the sake of a compromise we do suggest eventually to leave the debate in this mini plenary with no resolution and with a changed title, that is Commission Statement on Anarchist Terrorist Actions and Violent Extremisms in Europe. And I can explain why, because we think that anarchism is anarchism, so it is not left or right. If you are an anarchist, you are not left or right, you are an anarchist against the institutional order. This is our proposal.
Please let the colleagues speak. Thank you, Ms. Elisabetta Gualmini. I give the floor now to Ms. Giese to present another alternative proposal of the Green Group.
Thank you, Madam President. On behalf of my group, I would propose a debate with a different title that actually focuses on the facts that we want to debate here. So the title would be Commission Statement on Recent Violent Attacks Against Diplomatic Personnel in the European Union and Countermeasures, including improving detention conditions. I think this is a lot more accurate description of the facts we do want to debate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Giese. So I need to ask now, Mr. Sofo, would you agree with either the proposal from the S&D group or the Green group?
Non possiamo accettare.
Well, we can't accept these requests to change our title. And we're very concerned that these political groups only seem to want to get the term left-wing out of the title. And that's very worrying for us, because I worry that certain forces in this House are complicit with these acts. In this House, we have spent hours discussing presumed risks for democracy of the rise of right-wing political movements. We have had endless useless debates on this subject, including the word right-wing, which has been very clearly center of the attention. So I think that these anarchist attacks are much more linked to the left. What is your objective? Well, what you're trying to do is try and hide this small but very telling detail. So we do not accept the request for changing it.
And I put the vote to a vote by roll call, and I open the vote. Vote is closed. And it is rejected, and therefore we vote now on the S&D group proposal. The vote is open on that. Vote is closed. And it is rejected, and therefore we put the request of the Green Group to vote. The vote is open. Vote is closed, and that is also rejected, and therefore nothing is added to this agenda. We move to Thursday, tomorrow. The ECR group has requested that the Council and Commission give statements on the situation of the former President of Georgia, Mikhail Saakashvili, to be added as the second point in the morning. I understand that this could go with one round of political group speakers, and the sitting would be anticipated to start at 8:30 tomorrow morning, and the debate would be then wound up with a resolution to be voted at the next part session. I give the floor to Ms. Anna Fotyga to move the request on behalf of the ECR group.
Thank you, President. Colleagues, all of us were able to see videos and photos of the third President of Georgia, Mikhail Saakashvili, testifying remotely before the court of Tbilisi. We were able to see a very shaky, fragile condition of his health. In many documents, we voiced our concern and appealed for humanitarian release of him from the prison and enabling to be cured abroad in proper conditions. Nowadays, his health state was confirmed in court by the world-renowned neurologist, with showing, among others, the multiple disorders as well as wrong administration of medicines to the prisoner. I kindly ask you to accept our request.
Okay, so thank you very much, Ms. Fotyga. So we put the request to have a resolution to wind up the debate to the vote by roll call. The vote is open. Vote is closed, and it is adopted, and therefore the debate will be wound up with a resolution at the next part session. The agenda is therefore adopted. Thank you, colleagues. The order of business is thus established. And the next item on the agenda is Council and Commission statements, preparation of the Special European Council meeting of February, in particular the need to develop sustainable solutions in the area of asylum and migration. Dear colleagues, can I please ask those of you who are not going to stay for this important debate to exit the room quietly? So, dear colleagues, next week's Special European Council will be an important moment for us to discuss our economy and migration. Dear Dear colleagues, can I ask for your attention? Let us remember the open and global approach that has always been the European way. We need to bring back growth and focus on European competitiveness. We have always embarked and had an ambitious roadmap on our EU rules on migration and asylum, and this is what we are working on right now. And in Parliament, we expect the leaders to commit to completing the Migration and Asylum Pact with us before the next elections, because Europe has what it takes if we act together. I'll give the floor to open the debate for the Council, the Minister for EU Affairs, Jessica Roswell. Jessica, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, honourable members, Madam President of the Commission, Commissioners. On February 9th, leaders will convene for a special meeting in the European Council, focusing on Ukraine, the economic agenda and migration. The meeting will start with the usual exchange of the President with the President of the European Parliament. Leaders will discuss the situation in Ukraine, assembling less than a week after the EU-Ukraine summit on February 3rd. They will discuss the latest developments on the ground and take stock of the EU support to Ukraine and its people. Leaders are also expected to consider further ways to increase pressures on Russia and to touch upon the important issues of accountability and upon frozen assets. The 24th of February, 2 weeks after the Special European Council, will mark the tragic anniversary of the start of the Russian war. The European Council is expected to reaffirm the EU's resolute determination to support Ukraine and the Ukrainian people for as long as it takes. I know the Parliament is steadfast in its support to Ukraine, and I would like to thank you all for this. Regarding the economic agenda, leaders will discuss how the EU can tackle challenges facing Europe's economic, industrial and technological base in the short term. In doing so, they will build on today's contribution by the Commission on a Green Deal industrial plan. Among other things, leaders are expected to discuss possible temporary adjustments on state aid policy and how to streamline procedures while preserving the integrity of the single market. By the time of the meeting, we will probably have a deeper understanding of the challenges for the European industry, as the Commission is expected to prepare an analysis. But it is necessary to look at other policy tools too. Much can be achieved by improving the business environment and by cutting red tape. We also need a fully developed and integrated European capital market and an ambitious, robust and sustainable trade agenda. In the long term, it is crucial for the EU to realise the full potential of the single market as it celebrates 30 years. At the March European Council, leaders will discuss competitiveness and increased productivity in the longer term. This is essential for the EU to remain an attractive place to invest, for our prosperity and for our role on the world stage. Migration will be another major topic at this meeting. Leaders are expected to discuss ways in which the EU can intensify its joint actions, such as strengthening control of the EU's external borders, including through Frontex support from member states' actions and the use of IT tools. Working with countries of origin and transit along all routes on partnerships to avoid further death and counter illegal migration. And also issues of return and readmission, alignment with the EU visa policy, and the fight against trafficking and smuggling, as well as the unacceptable use of migration for political purposes. Finally, calling up the co-legislators to continue work on the Migration Pact as foreseen in the joint roadmap on migration and asylum. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm looking forward to hearing your views.
Thank you very much, Minister Roswell. I now give the floor to the President of the Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, to take the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President, dear Roberta, Madam Minister, honourable members. Last year, Frontex reported 330,000 irregular border crossings. This is a 64% increase compared to the year before, and the highest figure since 2016. In parallel, there were 924,000 asylum applications across the European Union. There are, without any doubt, increasing pressures at our external borders. And it is our duty to make sure that Europe continues to be a space for protection for those who need it. However, the asylum and reception system across member states are under considerable strain. And fact is that the majority of those who apply for asylum are not in need for protection, but return rates are at a low of 22%, and there is an increasing number of secondary movement. Honourable members, migration is a European challenge which must be met with a European response. This might sound like common sense, but it took us almost 10 years to acknowledge this reality. At the European Council next week, I will propose to the heads of state and government 2 separate work strands. The legislative process is one, and the operational actions we can take already now is the second. On the legislative process, the best response we can give is to advance the new pact on migration and asylum. Since the Commission presented its proposals, we've seen quite some good progress. We have agreed on the EU Blue Card to attract highly skilled personnel. We have established a new EU asylum agency. In December, a political agreement was reached on 3 important legislative proposals. Trilogues started to upgrade our biometric database, the Eurodac, and we hope for trilogues to start soon on screening. So we must keep up the good pace, and here the role of this House is key. I'm glad that on your initiative, Madam President, dear Roberta, Parliament and Council agreed on a roadmap to conclude all the legislative work before March next year. And you can count on the full support of the Commission to achieve that. I know that Vice President Margrethe Skinas and Commissioner Ylva Johansson are working tirelessly on that. The second work strand is immediate action. This is what the European Council will focus on. Over time, we have developed a migration and border management toolbox. We have stronger agencies, and we are better coordinated. We have proven to be able to respond to sudden demands if we work together. Take the instrumentalization of migrants by Belarus, or the sudden rise of irregular migration in the Western Balkans, or our response to Russia's brutal aggression against Ukraine. A whole continent has mobilized for our Ukrainian friends. Volunteers rushed to the borders, families opened their homes, and not only their homes but also their hearts. And at the institutional level, we immediately activated temporary protection for Ukrainians. We know that we can address increasing challenges if we take action together. And now we can do this again. Here I want to outline 4 points of action where we can make a real difference on the ground. The first is we have a shared interest in strong external borders. The most pressing issue right now are at the land border between Bulgaria and Turkey. We can strengthen the border with management capabilities. We can also provide infrastructure and equipment like drones and radar and other means of surveillance. As we've done last year, for example, in the last years, for example, in Romania, we've done it in Spain, in Greece and in Poland. And we can increase the presence of Frontex. On the other hand, we must urgently address the situation in the central Mediterranean. The migratory pressure has increased significantly and all too often tragically at the expense of human life. We need to support our member states as well as our North African partners in coordinating their search and rescue capacities. And we will continue supporting UNHCR and IOM on the ground to help build capacities for asylum, reception and return. At the same time, we will continue supporting member states to address challenges along the western and eastern Mediterranean routes. Honourable members, behind all this, there are criminal networks. They are organising ruthlessly the shabby life vests, the boats, they are robbing the migrants, they are trading in human life. We have to intensify our fight against those smugglers. And we will launch a new anti-smuggling partnership with key third countries. These will bring together prosecutors and law enforcement authorities, supported by Europol and supported by Eurojust. Together we have to stop this business of exploitation. My second point is focusing on faster and dignified returns. Every year, there are around 300,000 return decisions taken by member states, but only around 70,000 people are actually returned. We have to get better. Some of the shortcomings we can act on now. For instance, a return decision that is taken in one member state should be valid in all member states. So if a person with a return decision by Italy is found in France, that person can be directly returned to its country of origin. This will become possible now with the Schengen Information System that enters into force, into operation in March. And we want member states to make use of this possibility. Thirdly, we have to address secondary movements while ensuring effective solidarity. Solidarity and responsibility are two sides of the same coin. And therefore, these two issues can only be addressed together. Let me give you some figures and some elements that are important for us. We must work together to reduce the incentives for secondary movements. It is very good that we have the Dublin roadmap now since December in place, but member states, of course, need to implement it now. And at the same time, if we look at the voluntary solidarity mechanism agreed last summer, this should not only be on paper. It needs to deliver. Until today, there are only 8,000 pledges for relocation, and just round about 400 have actually been transferred. So European solidarity must and can be stronger than that. And we will need to see to this with a permanent solidarity mechanism in the new Pact on Migration and Asylum. Last, but definitely not least, there is the external dimension. We need to engage more closely with key partners. Migration management must be built in as one important aspect of the European Union's relations with partners. Overall, our relations need to reflect a strategic engagement in a spirit of cooperation. We should recognise the interests of our partners and cooperate with them by supporting education, by creating new business opportunities, by fostering job creation. That same spirit of cooperation should help us to reduce irregular departures and step up returns. Talent partnerships, visa policy, trade and investment play an important role here, as well as opportunities for safe and legal pathways as part of our overall comprehensive approach to migration management. It is a fair balance that we need to find. Honourable members, Migration is very complex. It's a matter of understanding each other's challenges and a matter of working together. This is what we will present to the European Council on the 9th of February. On a completely different sheet of paper, let me ask you for your kind understanding that I have to leave the plenary right now because I am together with the College of Commissioners now on my way on a mission to Ukraine where we want to go together as a College of Commissioners. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the President of the Commission. I now give the representatives of the political groups. On the first round, the President of the EPP Group, Manfred Weber. Mr. Weber, you have the floor.
President Metsola, dear Minister, dear President of Commission, good luck in Kiev and send good signals to our friends there, full support. Wir können zunächst.
Well, I think we should actually be proud as Europeans. If you look at the major crises of the recent years, the war in the former Yugoslavia, 800,000 refugees were welcomed, the Syrian war, where 1 million refugees were brought to Europe, and then in the Ukraine, almost 8 million people are now on the run. So we've seen, in the face of major crises, Europe has shown the will to help. Asylum law is one of the great achievements of the European Union, and that we should be very proud of. We have been very successful, and I would like to expressly thank Frontex and its staff that do a good job every single day. They do their service and ensure that European law is implemented at the borders. Well, it's been a long road, but our resources are limited. In Belgium, for example, the reception capacity is full. Citizens are losing trust in our system and wondering if it still works. I just wanted to mention a couple of points on the basis of what Ursula von der Leyen just said. First of all, we need to secure Europe's external borders. We need to implement European law at the border. We need technical measures for that, but I wanted to tell the EPP group in particular that walls and fences are not a taboo. We've heard with some surprise that these fences are not necessary, but if you look around Europe, in Spain, at Ceuta and Melilla, across Europe, there are fences that are exceptionally necessary, so it has to be possible to get financing for these from the Commission. And then we've got the issue of NGO search and rescue boats in the Mediterranean. Saving lives is a key principle. Civil society involvement is welcome in the Mediterranean, provided they are helping people. So it's right, good and welcome. But there are rules. We need a common understanding that is shared by everyone who's active in the Mediterranean. There needs to be a code of conduct as to how we deal with the measures in the Mediterranean. Not all refugees that are picked up, or migrants that are picked up in the Mediterranean, have to be brought straight to Italy. They can be taken elsewhere as well. And then we've got the issue of return. 340,000 people who should be returning after having their claims turned down after a legal asylum claim. Then they've been turned out, and very few are actually turning back. I heard it was 24,000 actually returned. We need to negotiate return agreements with third countries to make return possible. But unfortunately, in this parliamentary term, we haven't managed to negotiate even one single return agreement, except for Belarus, strangely enough. And that is the only place where we can actually return people to, but of course people don't particularly want to return there. So we do need to look at how we negotiate these kind of agreements with third countries. We need legal routes into the EU, there's no doubt about that. If you look at Syria, if you go to the camps there, I think it's only correct that Canada is opening offices to relocate people. Well, why isn't Europe doing that? Why aren't we in Egypt and Tunisia with offices on the ground to try and offer people a legal route into Europe? Why aren't we doing the same thing as Canada? And our democratic government in Denmark made this proposal of doing this sort of thing outside Europe. We need to find legal routes for migrants to enter Europe. So it's good that the special council meeting is taking place. It's good that the heads of state and government are dealing with it. But 7 years on from the last major migration crisis, I think we need some deeds. Europe helps, but it also needs to implement the law.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. Now I give the floor to the President of the S&D Group, Irache Garcia Perez.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, President. The large movements of humans mark our time. We have hundreds of thousands of internally displaced people who've been forced to leave their homes, fleeing terrorism, war or persecution. Many of these people risk their lives at sea or on land on their journey towards Europe. They want to have a dignified life. We can't allow the Council to do nothing. It has to be clear that the European Union commits to taking the new Pact for Asylum and Migration before the end of this Parliament. The Socialist and Democrats Party family wants to see a pact that will have an obligatory relocation article, which mean that every member state takes their responsibility. Now, this alone can't solve the tragedy that we're seeing in the Mediterranean. We need to have better coordination between member states. This is obligatory for the Commission. However, we have to be able to adopt concrete measures which will tackle NGO rescue boats, for example. We have to fight trafficking and provide support for countries of origin and countries of transit, but we also have to provide international protection for asylum seekers, to support refugees and to ensure that we encourage legal migration routes, having educational or humanitarian visas, for example. We can't focus only on return. Yes, there have been people who have been expelled from their country, and people do have a right to return to their country. But to do this, people need to see an end to war, put an end to terrorism. Criminalising NGOs and building walls that which is supported by the right and the extreme right cannot solve our problems. We have cultural and religious diversity. This is a reality that we have to accept, and it's one that is in line with the rights of the host countries. We have to change, however, the ways that we manage migration. Migration can be seen as a solution to our demographic problems and our workforce shortages in Europe. Currently, 70% of the population is of working age, but in the future this is going to drop to 54%. Belgium, the Netherlands and Czech Republic, they have very low percentages. In France and Italy it's 12.5%. Many member states have already legislated to try to attract migrants, and we shouldn't forget this when we're taking our decisions. Ladies and gentlemen, sharing responsibility is the only way to find solutions to these challenges that are affecting all of us. No country can solve these problems on their own. We can't be Fortress Europe. We have to be a Europe of solidarity. That's the only way we can understand one another. Mr. Weber was talking about walls and fences. We need to have an agreement. Even Madame von der Leyen didn't want to make these references. We want to focus on solidarity. We want to work towards European values. We have a responsibility and we have to work with generosity when we look towards our future. Thank you.
On behalf of the Renew Europe group, to Malik Azmazi.
Yes, better. Well, dear colleagues and dear President, in a year, European election will determine the future of Europe. And what are the biggest concerns of our voters? Well, we know it. Certainly the high cost of living, the war in Ukraine. But I assure you that also migration will be on the top of their minds. We see this as a concern of many citizens, but I do not see the urgency to deliver. Colleagues, it's time to wake up. This mismatch between what we need to do and what is being achieved is dangerous. At first, we need a real progress on the Migration and Asylum Pact. Responsibility and solidarity must go hand in hand. And a third element to come to an agreement is missing, however, and that is trust. Trust between member states. And here lies also a role for the Commission. The Commission has to step up to break the cycle of mistrust existing between member states by enforcing also rules, also current rules, towards also the new package. Dublin rules do not seem to exist now, and because of it, trust has been eroding from the moment the Commission had made its proposals. Our focus should be on concrete results for our citizens, to provide immediate relief to our external borders. And we must do everything in our power to strike new agreements with third countries, to counter irregular migration and increase returns, including by using our trade and visa policy as a leverage. This should be a top priority for the Commission. Colleagues, when faced with a pandemic, Europe delivered. When faced with war, we act quickly together. Migration cannot be the Cinderella of EU achievements this mandate. Instead of rhetoric and fairy tales, we need real focus and concrete delivery. It's time for action. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor now to the co-president of the Green Group, Terry Reintke.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioner, Minister. Colleagues, ahead of the UCO next week, we are facing a crucial moment for the future of our economy and our competitiveness. But let me be clear, not with senseless deregulation, dismantling workers' rights or environmental standards, or this so-called moratorium on regulation, we can make the European Union strong and competitive for the 21st century. Our competitiveness will depend on how well we can lead the green transformation globally, supporting green industries, being the first when it comes to climate and environmentally friendly technologies. And yes, for that we will actually need green and sustainable regulation to give planning security to our companies, and yes, for setting the scene globally to move ahead with the green transformation. And indeed, we will need money for that. We will not need random investment, but we will need very targeted green investments in order to make this possible. And I've read the letter that the Commission President sent to the Member States on migration. And let me be honest, to me it sounded in a very technocratic and depoliticized language, it sounded like a plan to create a fortress Europe. Not once there was a mention of human rights. Not once there was a mention of the suffering of those who are trying to find shelter in the European Union. And not once there was a mention of international law that bounds the European Union when it comes to asylum. But also in the framing, we are talking about migration here. Migration is not only about asylum and returns. This whole initiative can only work if we look at migration in its entirety. I negotiated recently a coalition agreement between the Conservative Party and the Greens in North Rhine-Westphalia. And I can tell you what the number one concern of the SMEs, of the care homes and the citizens was. It was the question of how we can attract trained workers, trained labor in order to fit the shortages in our labor market. And if we are not looking at this, if we are not looking what our citizens need, then we are falling short of what we actually need to address. And don't get me wrong, we all want orderly border management. We want legal provisions to be applied. But orderly border management, Mr. Weber, also applies to border guards. And we have seen in the past that there were illegal pushbacks. We have seen that this has been covered up. We have seen that there was no punishment for this. We have seen that there was no accountability. And this, colleagues, is definitely unacceptable. The European Union received the Nobel Peace Prize not for building walls, not in circulating this continent in fences, not for pushing back boats of people who are looking for shelter. We received the Nobel Peace Prize because this union stands for a promise, and for me the responsibility and the duty that we have learned from the horrors of the past, from the nationalist devastations, but also from the suffering that this continent has brought to the world. A promise that we will be a beacon of human rights and of shared values. And this, Commission President, does not end at how we behave at our external borders. Thank you.
I give the floor now to the President of the ID Group, Marco Zanni.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Finally, the Council is taking another look at a very important issue, at a fundamental practice which the EU and its institutions have been discussing for years now without being able to actually do anything to solve the problem. And we have high hopes from the words that we've heard today, both from the Swedish presidency, who have spoken very clearly about their objectives in the first weeks of their presidency, as well as from what we've heard from President von der Leyen, who finally seems to have shone a light on what the problem is and some realistic solutions to solve the problem of immigration. Because if we just talk about redistribution and open doors as we have in recent years, that means that we're not really solving the problem. Because redistribution with these volumes is not something that anyone wants. The Macron government didn't want to do it. The socialists in Spain and other countries haven't wanted to do this, nor have others across Europe. So if we keep talking about sharing responsibility without cutting the numbers, then it means we're not going to solve the problem. Previous speakers have already set out the main points. We have to focus on external borders and protecting our external borders. That's what developed countries do. That's what happens in countries where the rule of law is enforced. And I think the European Union should consider itself amongst these states. I agree with something that we've heard from my country and my party numerous times in the past. What we need is to protect asylum seekers outside of the EU, because the number of requests for asylum that is actually granted is extremely low. And so we should be dealing with that outside of the EU. And we can do that because there's a lot of money available. We give loads of money to third countries outside of our external borders. So perhaps we can have some kind of agreement when we're giving out this money. We can ask for facilities for processing asylum requests. the European Union will take on the responsibility, ensure that they check that there is respect for the human rights of people who are coming through these. And then finally, NGOs. Public authorities can't outsource control of their external borders to private companies. Because often we see that there is potential law breaking here. So we have to reduce the number of people who set off. That will help us to reduce the number of people who die at sea and will help us to have a more civil EU.
President Metsola, Commissioner Hahn, EU Minister Rosvall, soaring illegal migration, an effective return rate of 24% of individuals who should not be on European soil, unsustainable migration levels in Austria, the Netherlands, and Belgium. These are among the main reasons why migration is topping the European Council agenda. Italian and Swedish voters also played a role there, I might add. Last week, EU migration ministers declared there is an urgent need to strengthen the external borders, increase returns, and prevent irregular migration. How? The Commission claims there isn't money for walls in the EU budget. But there is taxpayers' money to waste on a 387,000 metaverse party that had less attendance than a July after-ski party in Denmark. What about increasing returns? The Commission loves to dangle those development aid carrots. But it's afraid to stop funding countries that refuse to take back their own citizens. Here's some advice. Finance border barriers, cease funding countries who refuse returns, and stop talking about irregular migrations. When citizens hear you talk about illegal migration, that's when they will believe you're sincere on border protection. Thank you.
I'll give the floor now to the co-president of the Left Group, Manon Aubry.
Thank you, President. Prices are skyrocketing, wages stagnating, life is ever tougher. Europe is facing an unprecedented social crisis, and we're seeing austerity rear its head at the worst possible time, and a horrendous attack on our social systems. In France, over 3 million protested yesterday against pension changes. But we're not talking about that here today, because when everything is going pear-shaped, we always come back to the same old scapegoat: foreigners. Once again, we have a xenophobic policy, a supposed migrant threat. Marco Zanni is here on the red carpet praising another debate on migration, and yet we're facing the most serious inflationary crisis in history and people struggling to make ends meet. The far right is proposing something appalling. That's nothing new, but now this has been taken on by the centre-right, Mr. Weber, and many liberals. A few years ago, we all criticised Mr. Trump's dangerous policies, but now we seem to be signing up for that same path. Ms. von der Leyen is talking about, oh no, not walls, but those things that might be similar to walls. You'll understand the nuance. We already have a fortress in place, kilometres of walls and fences, migratory cages of migrants in Bulgaria, Frontex daily infringing human rights of asylum seekers. This is the truth that the Commission and some in this chamber would hide from you. Nothing from Mrs. von der Leyen about that. So let me talk to you about accounts of migrants who have been mistreated. You can find these tales in the Black Book of Pushbacks. Our group has edited this together with NGOs. After beating us brutally for 30 minutes, they took a break, a smoking break. One officer crushed out his cigarette on the head of my friend. They tore my dress and searched me, touching my body in front of my child. What about stories of those drowning, left to drown? All this has happened, and you want to see that policy become more widespread? Europe needs to respect its so-called values. We have said that time and again. Let us ensure dignified reception for asylum seekers. Thank you.
Now to Laura Ferrara, on behalf of the non-attached members.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. The European Council should be an opportunity to say once again that in Europe we don't need barbed wire fences or financing to put up new physical barriers between the external and internal borders. What we need is solidarity and a fair share of responsibilities as provided for in Article 80 on the Treaty of the Function of the European Union. To alleviate the disproportionate burdens that fall on the countries in the front line who are under the most pressure, what we need is an obligatory solidarity mechanism based on relocation between all member states. We need to cooperate with countries of origin and of transit and provide legal access to fight trafficking of human beings, of migrants, and to protect lives and human rights. We need to strengthen agreements on return and reintegration and improve work opportunities in third countries. After 2 years after the presentation of the new Pact on Migration and Asylum, and after almost 7 years of previous proposals to reform the system, the European Union can't waste any more time in finding a new way to manage migrationary flows.
Boa tarde, colegas. Seguimos com as intervenções.
Good afternoon, colleagues. We'll continue with the next speakers, Mr. Rangel.
Muito obrigado, Sr. Presidente.
Thank you very much, President, Council, Commissioners.
A verdade é...
The truth is this. The issue of migration is testing our democratic system and our system of fundamental rights. But the EPP group, colleagues from the Greens and the S&D, we will not take lessons on fundamental rights from anyone. It's about dignified treatment of people. Our Christian roots are clear and present in all of our policies. The problem that we have before us is how can we better protect human rights of those people who are most vulnerable and are genuinely vulnerable, and not the rights of those who, in many cases, are trying to simply enter illegally and in an irregular manner. We want better secured borders which we properly control. That would put us in a much better position to protect the rights of the most vulnerable, to organize legal migration for good quality jobs that would help us to deal with our demographic problems. At the same time, we would help the countries of origin to develop themselves and have lower migratory flows. This is a humane policy. That is a policy that respects fundamental rights.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Gabriele Bischoff. 1 minute.
Thank you, President, Minister. Disappointment and hope are closely interlinked when it comes to migration. Look back at the conference on the future of Europe. Citizens were very disappointed that Europe was not more effective on migration. Many problems arise because the EU is less than effective here. That is why it is extremely important to recognise that we can only make progress through European solutions. The roadmap is important. Parliament has worked with 5 council presidencies on a roadmap. If I look, however, at the pace of progress, I do wonder whether we can achieve the goals set in the time remaining. Look at the different issues, screening and the like. People pick and choose, but this will all only work if we have a package rooted in international rights, our values, human rights. Now, I come from a city that knew a wall, and building walls can never be part of the solution. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Sophie Intveld, 1 minute 30.
Good Chair. The debate on migration at the next Council summit is most necessary and not a day too soon, because after 7 years of complete stagnation on the asylum and migration package in the Council, it's time for action. 7 years sur place. No summit on massive illegal pushbacks, on thousands of deaths as a result. No summit on dramatic reception conditions in Moria, Calais, Ter Apel, Brussels. No summit when local communities became overburdened as national governments are cutting budgets for reception capacity or are busy blaming migrants for the failure of their own policies. Government leaders have indeed agreed a very timid voluntary relocation mechanism, but as President von der Leyen pointed out, so far it has resulted in no fewer than 8,000 pledges and 400 actual relocations. Hardly impressive. We need effective and credible policies, but always in line with our values. I hear colleague Weber say, yeah, human rights, sure, but I say human rights, full stop, no buts. As to walls, colleagues, many have been built throughout history. None of them was successful, none. It's a distraction and not a solution, as Mrs. Bischoff also said. Council and Parliament are currently working in a spirit of good cooperation following the joint roadmap towards the common goal of adopting the entire asylum and migration package by 2024 at the latest. And I therefore call on the government leaders to not disrupt or disrail the process, but to throw their weight behind the roadmap. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jordi Soler, 1 minute.
Gracias, President. We have had to tear down many walls, both physical and psychological, to make the union that Europe is today. It is therefore regrettable that some member states and some political families are again insisting upon building new walls and fences and financing them with EU money to seal off Fortress Europe. They say walls will better help stop migration, but what they will stop is our European values. We know how quickly they fade away in outrageous episodes like the one at the Melilla Wall, on the beaches of Lesbos, and in so many other places. We need safe and legal pathways for migrants, amongst other reasons, to ensure that we tackle the demographic and labour market challenges that we face. We need to guarantee the right to asylum for those who need shelter so they are not shamefully piled up in refugee camps or illegally pushed back or drowned in the Mediterranean Sea. The far right and a complacent reaction to them must not dictate the fundamentals of our common migration and asylum policy.
Muito obrigado. Tenho a palavra já.
Thank you very much. Jean-Paul Garot, 1 minute 30.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Les années...
Thank you very much, President. Well, years pass and migratory pressure continues to suffocate Europe. In 2021, Frontex counted 300,000 odd illegal crossings of the EU border. These worrying figures have to awaken the EU and mean that we should face up to the seriousness of the situation. We are being submerged with migrants. This calls for strong measures. But at the same time, Commissioner Johansson refuses to erect fences and walls at the border because she says that the EU has no money to spare for that purpose. But the Commission doesn't seem to care about financial resources when it comes to funding certain associations and conferences on the future of Europe. And and people finance those who support wearing the Islamic veil. So at the same time, it seems that the Commission has an agenda which is pro-migration. People are talking about humanitarian corridors to encourage mass migration, and there's talk of supposedly qualified workers that are needed. Well, I think that this is just a pull effect. It's the job of the EU to control the borders. Stop funding NGOs that are taxi drivers for the migrants. Don't fund the illegal associations, and send back those who are not considered worthy of asylum. It's time for Europe to show firmness and common sense, because if Europe is not to turn inwards, it has to protect its own citizens, its companies and its interests. It seems that we're working from the other way around, and we will be opposed to this new approach resolutely.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Acito Kanko, 1 minute.
Thank you, President. Tomorrow we'll be voting on lifting the immunity of Nadine Morano in her home country, France. She has been accused for daring to say that rescuing illegal migrants in the Mediterranean and then bringing them to European soil is tantamount to complicity in human smuggling. I agree with her and would even go one step further. If we allow this to happen, we're not only complicit, but we ourselves are engaging in human trafficking. European rescue boats that bring illegal migrants to the EU are a continuation and extension of smugglers' rickety boats. Last year, almost 100,000 asylum seekers arrived in the EU, half more than in 2021. Majority of them had no right to international protection. Those are the words of Commissioner Johansson herself. This situation is not only unsustainable, it's inhuman. Johansson said that our duty to rescue people cannot be abused. That is true. We are rescuing them. We should rescue them and bring them back to where they departed, not to the EU. That is how we will tackle illegal migration. We need to discourage illegal migration, not give human smugglers any opportunity to prosper. That's how we tackle this problem.
Obrigado.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Konstantinos Arvanitis, 1 minute.
What Mr. Weber said, that the walls are not a taboo, scared me a bit. I never saw the Berlin Wall as a taboo, nor the wall in Nicosia. So I think that his statement was not a very good one. He didn't take into account history. The realistic and humane facing of the problem can be achieved at the European level through legal and control and safe routes for applications for asylum, with mandatory and proportional relocation of the people in the member states. I agree with the socialists. We need mandatory solidarity. We shouldn't play with solidarity. The European leadership should stop financing and supporting the causes creating refugees and the crisis, wars, the climate crisis, and should concentrate on plans aiming for prosperity and growth there at their countries. What is happening today is a failed management. We have created an engine consuming billions of euros belonging to the European citizens, and creates new dead ends, oppression, pain and death. And of course we have a simple question. Walls between Europe and candidate countries such as Turkey, is Turkey a safe or not safe country? We shouldn't fool people, and we shouldn't play with the far-right stories and narratives. Thank you.
Muito obrigado. Agora Kinga. Thank you very much. Next speaker is Kinga Gal. 1 minute.
Thank you, President, Commissioner, honourable members. The external borders of the European Union are under pressure, and this migratory pressure is increasing. In the Western Balkans migration path, There has been many occasions of violence against border guards. The only solution is the protection of the external borders and stopping illegal migration. This is why it is not fortunate to have propositions which only want to manage illegal migration instead of stopping it. Solidarity-based distribution of migrants will only incite even more migration and will only make criminal organizations more complacent. Member states try to stop illegal migration by themselves. Hungary needs to protect its external borders, and it has been doing a lot to do that, but we have only been attacked by Brussels for doing this, for protecting the external borders of the European Union. Finally, the Commission needs to finance what Hungary is doing at its external borders. We need to support all those member states which are protecting the external borders of the entire Union for all our sakes. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. I'll now give the floor to Jeroen Lenners. 1 minute.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. 70% of Europeans are concerned about migration, and rightly so. 330,000 people illegally crossed our borders last year. This is the highest number since 2016, and we are sleepwalking into a new crisis, literally, because our Dutch Prime Minister, Mark Rutte, admitted last week that he dozed off on migration. It's unacceptable. And colleague Al-Azwani, on behalf of the Liberals, you referred to Cinderella, while the Dutch Prime Minister really was more like Sleeping Beauty. European citizens deserve leaders that are awake and that take their concerns seriously. And the upcoming summit is the opportunity to actually show this, to show the commitment we need for real solutions. And we do not have the luxury to dismiss practical solutions just like that. And that is my question also to the European Commission. President von der Leyen today here underlined the importance to strengthen our external borders, and she mentioned the Turkish-Bulgarian border as a priority. But when Bulgaria then asks the European Union for help to protect that border, to have permanent infrastructure on that border, they hear from Commissioner Johansson that they cannot expect a single euro cent from the European budget. Is that solidarity? Is that the European response that the Commission is talking about? I think the Bulgarian and all European citizens deserve an answer to that question. Thank you.
Muito obrigado. Próxima intervenção.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Javier Moreno Sanchez. 1 minute.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, President, Minister, Commissioner. Ladies and gentlemen, if we want to get sustainable solutions via this summit, then we have to shift the paradigm. As dear Manfred, we have to change our paradigm. Solutions on migration can't just focus on containing irregular migration. We have to ensure that we have legal routes and that we can attract the workforce that Europe needs. We also need humanitarian corridors for those people who are fleeing war and poverty. That's the only way that will take control back from the mafia and human traffickers, and finally be able to create a shared migration policy, one based on respect for human dignity and solidarity, and together in cooperation with third countries. And finally, Minister, I understand that in Sweden you may feel far from the Atlantic or the Mediterranean. Nonetheless, we ask the presidency to ask for the creation of a joint mechanism for maritime rescue, because otherwise thousands of people are risking their lives as they try to reach our coasts. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Fabienne Keller. 1 minute.
Merci, Monsieur le.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner, Minister. Jessica Roswald, Johannes Hahn. The only solution to the migration challenge is the European Asylum and Migration Pact. No, that's not a question of walls, Mr. Weber. EPP colleagues, it doesn't mean examining asylum claims far from European territory. That would not live up to the humanist values that we all share. No, together with the far right, that you are trying to oppose an essential European agreement. Moderate pro-European forces should fight for a genuine asylum and migration pact, a responsible Europe that controls its borders but respects human rights. We need a Europe that shows solidarity, that supports those countries most exposed. I'm thinking of Spain, Italy and Greece and Cyprus, and in favour of a Europe that has asylum procedures that respect human rights and are effective. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. I'll now give the floor to Tom van den Driesche. 1 minute.
Voorzitter, collega's.
Honourable members, we are being overwhelmed through undesired migration. This is not a natural disaster, but the result of deliberate political choices. We must protect European external borders and send back irregular illegal migrants. Rights are being abused to allow illegal migration and creating insecurity. We are undermining the asylum rights for true asylum claimants and supporting trafficking and smuggling models. This is unsustainable and immoral. We must and can make different political choices. Asylum right does not mean a right to remain. Reception must depend on your origin, your country of origin. Countries that do not accept returned citizens have to be punished. All development aid and other funding should be ended. We need to ensure less migration, not more. Thank you.
Muito obrigado. Próxima.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Veronika Vrecionova. 1 minute.
Pane předsedající, děkuji.
Chair, thank you very much. The European Council at the upcoming summit is going to deal with illegal migration. Last year it got stronger. In the Czech Republic, as well as in Austria, Slovakia, Hungary, the number of illegal migrants has gone up by hundreds of %. The Czech Republic reacted by increasing the controls on the border, and now these controls are being cancelled. The Czech presidency also managed to unify visa obligations with West Balkan countries, which will limit the number of migrants coming through this route. It is necessary to strengthen our external borders and cooperate with the countries of origin. That means strengthening our development support and our cooperation in the area of migration. I also hope that the debate on the quotas will come to an end. We have seen that countries that have protested against this system now, as a result of the war in Ukraine, have accepted a much larger number of refugees than other countries in the past. Thank you.
Muito obrigado. Dou agora a palavra a Nicolas.
Thank you very much. I'll now give the floor to Nicolas Bay. 1 minute.
Mes chers colleagues, there'll be 2.5 billion Africans by 2050, and 52% of the young people want to come to Europe. Already over 7 million people have applied for asylum since 2014. That's the same as the Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes region in France or the whole of Bulgaria. Every demonstration of weakness on our part pushes them to try their luck, to leave their countries and their roots, to throw themselves into the clutches of smugglers and mafias and go and die at sea for some of them. They know that if they reach us, you will take them in to make yourselves feel better, but in defiance of what our people want. You will be responsible for destroying our civilization. If we welcome everyone from Africa and from Africa and the Middle East, we're not helping anyone. We're just going to become Africa and the Middle East ourselves. We need to have durable human own solutions, and that's to deter them from setting off, prevent them from getting in, and to send them back if they do get here. We need to help to finance the protections that have been put up by Greece and Hungary and Bulgaria at our external borders. We have to sanction and penalise countries of departure that don't cooperate with us, and to encourage those who manage to properly handle their own migration without treating them like children or imposing our European ways. We shouldn't share them out amongst ourselves, we should send them home.
Sorry, I think you have a blue card. Do you want to answer? You have a blue card. Do you want to answer? Is from Janina Ochotska. You've got the floor.
Yes, thank you. So, as it was told, there is last year there was 330,000 of people, of migrants who entered to Europe. Do you know what percentage is 330,000 of migrants to the number of inhabitants of European Union?
Well, colleagues, you're only taking into account official migration. In France, for example, we have 400,000 legal entries per year. If you take in minors and residency cards and asylum seekers. And then we have the same thing multiplied over all 27 countries. And so that's leading to millions and millions of migrants who come either legally or illegally. But they all want to stay. Very few are sent home, even when they come and are here illegally or their asylum requests are rejected. So we need to put an end to this. It doesn't help the populations who come largely from North Africa and Sub-Saharan Africa. What we're doing is preventing those countries from developing. We want to see fair, humane, responsible migration, and that means to do everything to help people to stay in their countries of origin rather than coming here, leading to both economic, social and security problems in Europe.
Merci. Prosseguimos com as intervenções.
Okay, let's continue with the comments. We'll have Mr. Zoido Alvarez, 1 minute.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, President. In 2022, over 300,000 people illegally crossed the borders of the EU. There are thousands of asylum applications awaiting a decision. Some 60% of returns decisions from last year have not been enforced. Thousands of people that should have been returned to their countries of origin and are yet still here. People such as the perpetrator who killed a sacristan in Algeciras last week. We need to prevent any repetition of this type of attack in any city around Europe, and so to this end Europe needs to bolster protections on external borders and ensure that we have the sufficient resources, train our migratory and border police. To this end, Europe needs to stand united and act united. Migration cannot be the responsibility of a few border countries. We need to strike the balance between responsibility and solidarity. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Brando Benifei. 1 minute.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Well, I think that showing shared responsibility with the spirit of solidarity, that has to be the guiding principle of all of the member states in the EU in managing migration with a sustainable approach for the future. I'm glad that the Commission wants to make progress on the Asylum and Migration Pact and they want to get a result before 2024. The Swedish presidency, of course, has to deal with this proposal, but Commission, Mrs. von der Leyen, Charles Michel, you cannot simply see migration policy as having the objective of increasing returns at the expense of the quality of the European asylum system. The shocking illegal pushbacks of people who are escaping from war and poverty are not acceptable. Our priority has to be the revision of the Dublin regulation so that the first reception should not end up being at the expense of just a few countries on the border, but should be a common responsibility. This is just leading to more illegality and more deaths at sea. That we now need to have more shared responsibility. We need clearer, more humane rules that should not simply be vetoed in Council.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jan-Christoph Uertgen. 1 minute.
Thank you, President. Honourable members, I listened to Christian Democrats here in the room saying that we should make headway on the Migration Pact. However, I have lost faith that they really do wish to see that come to pass. We have heard appalling speeches from the far right here in this House. EPP colleagues, do you really want to go down that path and betray yourselves like the French right that chased after the far right? We have agreed on a roadmap, working together to make progress on the Migration Pact. Show compromise here. Don't be drawn by the far right to try and pick up votes there. You won't succeed. Let's pull together, work together on a common European system. Honourable members, if you want to see fewer people drown in the Mediterranean, then don't prevent NGOs doing their work. Have some sort of state search and rescue system so that we can rescue these people at sea. Ladies and gentlemen, we really need to consider where we're heading. We're willing to work with you to strike compromises, to come up with robust European solutions, but we're not going to chase after you if you go looking for the far right. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. Anders Vistisen, 1 minute.
It's becoming tragic-comic to follow these debates. Year after year we discuss the illegal migration to Europe. In 2016, the EU clearly showed that it was not able to deal with the seriousness of the situations. 10,000 of illegal migrants escaped all the way through Europe. What has happened since then? Hardly anything. Last year, more than 300,000 illegally entered Europe. More than half of those who apply for asylum are rejected, but they also know when they look at EU statistics that the risk of being sent home is very small. So, unfortunately, it is a big mistake when we talk about European solutions to the asylum problem, because the European Union no longer works. It would only work to allow the member states to preserve their national borders. We should have a pushback model, a solidaric model, as we know it from Australia. Let's not give people the false illusion that they can come to Europe and settle down. This only helps the smuggling and crime that results.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Carlo Fidanza. 1 minute.
Grazie, Presidente.
President, Minister, Commissioner, colleagues. We have high hopes for the next meeting, the Extraordinary Council. And even Giorgia Meloni from Italy will be dealing with this topic. We've heard a lot of statements over recent days, and we think some are going in the right direction. We have to look at the facts. We need to get outside of this failed logic of indiscriminate redistribution of economic migrants and this false distinction between primary and secondary movements. We have to ensure that we are working with countries of departure and transit. We need a new policy towards Africa to deal with illegal migration. So we have to strengthen our external borders. We need to have a proper return policy. And to ensure that flag states and NGOs take their proper responsibility and that we're only granting asylum to people who really have a right to it. Now it's finally time to do what we should be doing.
Muito obrigado. Dou agora a palavra.
Thank you very much. I'll now give the floor to Kostas Papadakis. 1 minute.
The European Union accelerates the digital identity, trying to distinguish between immigrants, the ones who can fit into the capital system of the European Union through agreements with member states, while those that are not needed, we want to deport them, using the term return instead of deportation, and in bargaining with the countries of origin. In Greece, Nea Demokratia, PASOK and Syriza, with one vote, they promote agreements as if they're trading in slaves, such as with Bangladesh. They defend by raising walls and using as police Frontex in order to prohibit secondary movements of the immigrants and not implementing the joint statement between European Union and Turkey. So the migrants are trapped in the Greek islands, and the middle class of Turkey takes advantage of them. The services of asylum in Turkey are not. So finally, we have to use a humane treatment and to process their applications of migrants so they can go to their real destinations, the migrants.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Thomas Tobé. 1 minute.
Thank you. I listen to colleagues that rightfully point out that it is terrible that people are dying in the Mediterranean Sea, that they are not willing to do anything to go after the smugglers. They say completely no, that we should work with third countries and try to have cooperation. I also listen to some colleagues that say migration is a huge problem for Europe, but they are not interested at all at delivering any European solutions. But I must say that I think it is possible to build a political majority in this House and also in the Council that could agree on that we need to have control of the borders, that we need to decrease irregular migration, that we need to increase returns, and yes, also, that we need to offer protection to people in Europe that has the right to asylum, and that we need a stronger solidarity between the member states. This is possible to do. I wish the Council good luck on your next meeting. The most important thing you can do is to get ready for trilogues, because it's time to deliver.
Obrigado.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Birgit Sippel. 1 minute.
Vielen Dank. Thank you. The Special Summit on Migration and Asylum. The European Union loves to trumpet its devotion to democracy, right to asylum, human rights. That is the cornerstone of all our values. But unfortunately, these values are not implemented in practice in all cases, and then we hear some members of this House dredging up old ideas. Mr. Weber talks about fences, and yet German history shows that fences and walls are not the answer. The European Union is based on shared values, peace, and the European Union cannot be funding walls and fences. The strong European Union is talking about outsourcing asylum procedures to third countries. Honourable members, we need to find a solution that strengthens our shared values and respects European rights, international law. That is our duty, and I am willing to take up that task. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jadwiga Wisniewska. 1 minute.
Thank you, President, Commissioner, Minister, ladies and gentlemen. one should answer the following question. What migration policy is wanted by the liberal leftist majority? Do you want a policy which disregards EU regulations whereby European external borders should be secured? That relevant regulations specify who can and cannot cross external borders of the Schengen zone? That is the questions that we need answered clearly. Because my impression is that the liberal leftist majority would like anyone to be able to enter the EU any way and time they please. I think the asylum policy should be a policy dedicated to actual asylum seekers. Such asylum seekers have been around in Poland ever since the war broke out in Ukraine. After the 24th of February of last year, Poland saw an influx of 9 million refugees, war refugees. And what was the support we received in Poland from the EU while providing for those refugees? Well, they blocked our access to necessary funds from RRF. That shows your deep hypocrisy and your failure to understand where real problems lie. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. Johannes Bogdan, 1 minute.
Presidente. Excelențele voastre, România...
Your Excellencies, Romania wants the European Union to become a safer place for its citizens. But Romanians are also European citizens. They have an important contribution to stopping illegal migration. In spite of that, they were offended on the 8th of December when access was refused to Romania to the Schengen area, and this because of the political cowardice of Austrian Chancellor Neuhammer. And he paid the price for this. His party had the worst political score in the recent elections in Austria. Dear colleagues, the European Union should not be a place where powerful people decide on the fate of millions of people. What did Romanians do in order to deserve such a despicable treatment? They invested 1 billion euros in securing the frontiers. They helped 3.5 million Ukrainians. They fed them, they gave them medication, and they took them into their houses because they are Christians. They do not say they are Christians, they really are Christians. Romanians are taking a major risk in the vicinity of Ukraine. And we accept this risk. And I'm telling you something else. Romanians are not the suckers of the European Union. I hope that Sweden, a country with a strong democracy, should reintroduce on the agenda of the European Councils, JAI Councils in March or in June, which it presides, the expansion of the Schengen area for Romania and Bulgaria. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jorge Bujade Villalba.
Thank you, President. Minister, sustainable solutions in the area of migration and asylum. We already know what's not sustainable. That's mixing up refugees and migrants. And it's not sustainable to identify as legal those who come in illegally. It's not sustainable to provide for work for illegal migrants when we have millions of Europeans who don't have work. It's not sustainable to have Moroccans who should be sent home allowed to stay. The fact that we have hundreds of thousands of illegal migrants and only 10% of those who should be going home are. In Spain, we have over 30,000 illegally, over 7,000 are subject to expulsion orders, and we don't even know how many have been implemented. I want to say to the families of those who've been killed that we need to stop with an end to open borders. Europeans want their borders protected. We have to say this clearly. People who fulfill legal requirements may have a chance. Those who don't meet the legal requirements will not have any chance. We have to fight against mafias and to fight any disembarkment platforms in neighbouring countries. And our political group, and it seems like the EPP as well, all agree on this. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. I'll now give the floor to Xavier Bellamy. 1 minute.
Thank you, President. Finally, Council will discuss migration issues vital for the future of Europe, and indeed over the coming months, 330,000 irregular migrants crossing the border in 2022. We've seen this skyrocket compared to previous years. Some 1 million asylum seekers have applied for asylum in France alone. Let's be crystal clear. If we don't take action, we will face the consequences of these rising numbers. Ms. Aubry is talking about the using the migration debate to hide social unease in our country. I'm always surprised that the left do not recognise how hard this hits those on low incomes in our different countries. This really shakes up society. The Commission needs to recognise the scale of the crisis. It's dragged its heels, and we need to be crystal clear now. We've seen a huge increase in Frontex's budget. Commissioner Johansson tackled the director on the way it worked and dealt with migrants. France, Germany and other countries want to accelerate returns, but we know that there are those opposing our action. We need borders to be put in place to protect borders, and we need essential action to be taken. We need to stop being ambiguous and take action.
Muito obrigado. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Salvatore De Meo. 1 minute. Yes, thank you very much, President. Welcome, Minister. Well, after all of the comments we've heard from colleagues, it's only natural that I ask myself, how long will this Parliament have to talk before a council meeting to get a concrete answer? This Parliament has asked these questions in many different ways from different political perspectives, but we need a common European solution. As long as member states put their national interest before the common interest, we will not find a concrete, pragmatic response. So what we see is that we look on impotently as waves of migration break on us and turn into genuine emergencies. I hope that the Swedish presidency will have the strength to get an agreement that is based on solidarity and the idea that the southern and eastern borders are European borders. And we have to ensure returns take place, but also promote integration in society and the labour market. We need to ensure that there is the necessary resources to rapidly examine asylum claims. We also need to ensure that NGOs take their share of responsibility to respect international and national law in search and rescue operations. So I'd like to wish you the best of luck. It's a difficult job, and I hope that you'll be successful.
Thank you very much. We move now to the interventions under the Catch the Eye procedure. I ask colleagues to stick to the allocated time so that I can give the floor to as many as possible. Beginning with Stelios Kimparopoulos. You've got the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Colleagues, the migration problem is going to be discussed in the Council. This is a result of the dramatic increase of the flows. The countries of reception, such as Greece, they have to bear a very big load, and they have to fulfill the European and international rules and obligations. And this increases the pressure on the systems of asylum and of reception. And the summit of next week should be the beginning of finding a real European solution, a solution that first of all will assure a just distribution of responsibility of the member states, and will address the misuse of the human problems by the traffickers, and we have to find a solution for the migration. There is no any time we can lose anymore. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much.
Fernando López Aguilar, you've got the floor.
Señor presidente, Consejo, desde el inicio.
Since the beginning of Putin's war against Ukraine, we have seen hundreds of thousands of people who have left. At least 4,000 have decided to stay here permanently. And no one has questioned the European social model or how we take people in and integrate them. Why don't we try to transfer this? It's the only effective way to try to avoid the way in which people use panic about migrants for elections. We have to transform it into something positive. We need to fight against the traffickers who are exploiting human beings. The Asylum and Migration Pact is the roadmap. It's an opportunity to finally demonstrate binding solidarity and shared responsibility. But that's not all we need to do. We need to open up legal channels and humanitarian visas, as well as a European rescue at sea program. That's the only way we can solve this problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Tineka Strik. 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah. We are generously hosting refugees from Ukraine, and rightly so. But the EU seems to forget that a refugee is a refugee, no matter the country of origin. And most asylum seekers in Europe, they come from Syria, Afghanistan, Iraq, Turkey. Those refugees are pushed back at Europe's borders or face huge obstacles in asking for asylum and getting proper reception. And what is the EU answer to these protection gaps? More walls, more drones, more returns, more funding to Libyan detention centres and to autocratic regimes like Egypt, Turkey and Morocco. Deterrence and shifting responsibility instead of respecting the rights of all refugees. But there is no space for selective morality. So I urge the Commission and the Council, care for our credibility, care for our values.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Beata Kempa. You've got the floor.
President, Madam Minister, ladies and gentlemen, Europe is facing a problem with illegal migration today. Actually, this entire policy so far has gone bankrupt. I'm happy that Madam President von der Leyen is talking about reinforcing borders. She also said that we should fight against people smugglers, all those who make the illegal migrants come, also create an illusion among those people back home, and they charge them a lot of money. We also know today that other member states and their services and the services of the United States are talking about this problem being funneled by external forces such as Belarus and Russia. They are behind the efforts to break out the eastern borders of Europe. They are trying to destabilize us. That's why we have to reinforce Frontex, provide them financing, reinforce border guards and border protection, and change our policies at the European level. And the most important issue is humanitarian assistance in situ, at the location, back in their countries. That will help us as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Claire Daly. You've got the floor.
Thanks, President. Europe's population is ageing. Over the next 30 years, our active workforce will decrease by 50 million. Without migration, we face enormous problems to keep our societies going. Yet we have the senseless spectacle of governments all over Europe freaking out about the pensions time bomb, while at the same time standing over migration and asylum policies designed to violently keep out the very young people who could defuse that bomb. Our already overwhelmed health services will sink altogether together without the migration needed to redress the balance between young and old. Our political attitudes to migration, frankly, are a form of collective lunacy. At the end of 2021, the share of refugees in the EU was 0.6% compared to its total population. 0.6%. It's embarrassing that we spend so much time on this tiny number of people. This is not a hard problem to deal with. It's actually not a problem at all. It's an opportunity. We need safe and legal pathways for people who want to come here. Stop pushing them back. Stop sending them back. Stop beating them at the borders. Stop allowing the opportunists on the right to set the terms of this debate. Let people in, let them access good jobs, and let them guarantee in that a future for Europe.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Janina Okojska. You've got the floor. Yeah. Can you please stand up for speaking? Oh.
Sorry, I can't.
The European Union is saying that we're building bridges rather than walls. Indeed, around Europe, there are walls being built and all kinds of other fortifications. My impression is that we are building a rich European fortress here. These days in Europe, we have 1,800 of walls and fences. That's 12 times the length of the Berlin Wall. 320,000 refugees or migrants, even illegal. They're 0.06% of our population in Europe. That 0.06%, is that such a problem? They can be received, they can be screened whether they can stay here and then sent back, rather than being kept in facilities where they have to spend up to 3 years under very difficult conditions. That is the case, for example, back in Poland. We all want to enjoy freedom of movement. Then why are we saying that migration is illegal? Everyone has the right to move around and no one is illegal as such. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Próxima intervenção, Margarida Marques.
Next speaker is Margarida Marques. You have the floor.
Muito obrigada, Presidente.
Thank you very much, President, Minister, Commissioner. Now, there is a point on the economy at the European Council, and that's on the European Sovereignty Fund. That is one of the pillars of the new approach to the Green Deal. It's got objectives including supporting a European industrial policy that is green. It will ensure that the new rules for state aid ensure a level playing field in the single market. And that should avoid any danger of fragmentation, which is what we have seen in the recent suspension of the state aid rules. And at the same time, we have to respect the WTO rules. We need a new fund, as we did when we created Next Generation EU and SURE. Just attributing funds that are already available is not enough. The EU has to strengthen its industrial and technological basis. It has to strengthen people's skills, and it has to strengthen its trade agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Eric Marquardt. 1 minute.
Ja, vielen Dank.
Thank you, President. Quite honestly, I am at a loss listening to what those on the right of this House have to say. That has been the case for years. It's nothing new that they suggest building fences, increasing pushbacks, bring people back to the Mediterranean shores from which they departed. There's nothing new here. We've heard that from the right of this House for the last 20 years or more. That is what we hear from Conservative governments for some 20 years, and yet nothing is happening. Is it that perhaps pulling up the drawbridge is not the answer? That may be the case. It may be that if you suggest bringing people back to Libya, despite it being banned by the European Court of Justice, well, that doesn't work. We have rather dodgy examples. Should we not accept that migration is a fact? It is incumbent upon us to manage this. We shouldn't try to pursue failed policies. We need to take this duty seriously, tackle the problem head on, not just through the Migration Pact, because that will not solve all problems. We also need political will to truly tackle this problem, and that seems to be missing from a lot of what I've heard today.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Ladislav Ilčík. You've got the floor.
Dear colleagues, the key issue in managing illegal migrations is the message that we're sending out to potential illegal migrants and our consistency as regards this message. Illegal migrations will keep increasing. If our message is, do come, someone such as an NGO will already help you to cross the border illegally if need be. If, however, our message is, we respect the legislation on borders and there is no chance you will enter illegally, then illegal migrations will decrease. As regards legal migrations, we should think about the consequences too. Immigrants have a very strong identity, and the European mainstream has for years now working on the systematic destruction of national, religious, and even sexual identity. And when strong and weak identity meet, the strong identity prevails. That is why it is obvious that the assimilation of immigrants in European identity with their strong identity is unrealistic, and the reality, on the other hand, are no-go zones and further threats to the identity and all values stemming from European Christian tradition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Vitor Negrescu. You've got the floor.
Chair. The European Union may be confronted soon with a new migration crisis. Many EU countries have difficulties in fighting traffickers and organised crimes. We also did not provide all the proper support to the countries of origin, and we have neighbouring countries that transform migration into a business. Moreover, according to the Commission reports, we also have too many member states that do not respect what we have already decided together. Interestingly enough, some of the leaders that do not respect the current provisions are exactly those that blame the EU on this issue. For example, the right-wing Austrian Chancellor, Mr. Nehammer, contradicts the European Commission and is opposing the accession of Romania into Schengen by presenting false data on migration while ignoring his capacity to manage the situation. In Romania, after being crossed by more than 2 million refugees with thousands remaining in our countries, we do not complain like the populist leaders. We act, we help people, we also support the country of origin. We are also investing a lot in border protection, but also in offering proper support to refugees. But we cannot ignore that help provided is too little. We have to do more. We have to act very precisely on this issue while at the same time caring about people. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, Carlo Hessler.
The situation on the European borders is unfortunately dramatic, and it is starting to look like the big migration crisis in 2019. Thousands of strangers are illegally entering the EU. It's scandalous to hear from the part of the left here in the European Parliament that they are calling for the non-respect of our common European legislation. Europe cannot look at this. It has to start acting. We need to reach a new agreement about the new migration and asylum system. We need an agreement which will respond to this crisis. We need an agreement which needs solidarity between the member states, because for too much time the states at the outer borders of the European Union have been bearing the biggest brunt. Of course, we have to punish the criminals who are using the fact that we are not determined and endanger the lives of millions of people like that. We have to protect the European Union borders.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Dacian Cholos. You got the floor.
Președinte, doamnă ministră.
President, Minister, in 2016 I was representing my country in Council, the European Council, and we had this issue of migration and asylum on the agenda, and I see things haven't moved on much then, neither on the agenda nor on the solutions. The heads of state and government are taking decisions. It's a question here of responsibility towards the citizens of Europe, and also responsibility to the citizens of Romania and Bulgaria, where things have been very static when it comes to asylum and migration policy. I expect that the Swedish presidency will work hard on a solution for Bulgarian and Romanian accession to Schengen. They have the right under the treaty and they have met the conditions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Mick Wallace. You've got the floor.
If the EU wants a sustainable solution in the area of asylum and migration, it should end all the support to NATO and the military-industrial complex. We need to stop bombing people's homes. We should stop sending arms into conflict zones. We should pursue a policy of peace and diplomacy in Ukraine. We should stop impoverishing the people of the global south with financial imperialism. The EU must immediately end the systematic criminalisation of asylum seekers, end pushbacks, end the externalisation of the EU's borders now, abolish Frontex. The EU rightly acted quickly to provide protection and reception conditions to millions of Ukrainians in a matter of months under the Temporary Protection Directive. This proves that humane treatment of non-Ukrainian asylum seekers and refugees from Syria, Afghanistan, Libya is absolutely possible. We should welcome people fleeing persecution or oppression from all places and not be selective about it.
Thank you very much. Next speaker now, Kostas Mavridis. You can floor.
Thank you very much, President. We hope that the Council will finally conclude on a mandatory European framework for legal migration and the protection of asylum for all those who need it on the basis of solidarity. And I hope we will finally also tackle the root causes of migration. However, frontline member states shoulder all the burden, the social and economic costs on their own, especially in the Eastern Mediterranean. Illegal migration has an organized institutional trafficker, smuggler, we can put a name to it. It's Erdogan's Turkey. It illegally occupies 37% of the territory of Cyprus, a member of the EU, and through there it is pushing through asylum seekers and illegal migrants. Now let me give you a figure. In Cyprus at the moment, more than 10% is the figure for asylum seekers and illegal migrants. If you look at the German population, it would be the equivalent of 8.5 million people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Milan Brglez. 1 minute.
Chairman, thank you for the floor.
Children who are forced to become migrants and refugees are a particularly vulnerable category. They are subjected to humiliating treatment. They are frequently abused within the human trafficking. They are often sexually abused. And they have a very negative impact on their mental health. Because of the pushback, in 2020 at the EU level, there were 5,700 of pushbacks, 17% of them children, and this has a negative impact on all children. We want the new system to provide new legal migratory routes, respect human rights, and also attribute responsibility for all irregularities at borders. Double standards should be done away with. We have to respect the rights of children. Countries can do a lot. We have the child guarantee system available. Within the national plans, countries have to pay special attention to children with migratory or refugee background. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last speaker, Maria Grappini. You've got the floor.
Minister, President, Commissioner, as you said, President, the migration problem needs to be resolved. This goes back, in my experience, to 2014. We can't go back to where we are. We need clear measures, clear policies, clear procedures in which we define what illegal migration is. I'm a humanist in a humanist party. I want to help any person who can be helped. But we need to be clear about what we can do in Europe. We need to help countries that have experienced illegal migration, but we can't put right a wrong with another wrong. Austria has invoked migration as the reason for stopping Romania and Bulgaria. That, in fact, is breaching the rules. And Minister, Swedish Presidency, Commissioner, you know Romania very well. This isn't right. A regulation adopted by the EU is applicable to all the member states, including Austria.
Thank you very much. We come now to the concluding statements, beginning with the European Commission. Commissioner Johannes Hahn, you've got the floor.
Dear President, dear Minister, honourable members, this debate provided, and it was not really a surprise, almost the full spectrum of views of what our European approach to migration could be. President Ursula von der Leyen presented the important figures candidly. Yes, irregular crossings are up by over 60% in 2022. Tragically, innocent lives continue to be lost. No, not all of these arrivings are in need of protection. Of those not in need of protection, indeed, too few are returned. Asylum procedures take too long. That is why we continue to push hard for a common and structural solution, and today's debate showed again that such a solution is necessarily complex. In terms of legislation, we need to complete the new pact on migration and asylum. We need more cooperation between EU member states and speedier domestic procedures. We need to further strengthen our partnerships with those third countries most concerned, including through visa policy, trade and investment cooperation. As Ursula von der Leyen showed earlier, that there is momentum and concrete progress. We have proven to be able to respond to sudden demands through the instrumentalization of persons by Belarus, the situation in the Western Balkans, and the triggering of temporary protection for Ukrainians. Over time, we have developed a migration and border management toolbox, we have stronger agencies, and we have improved coordination. I am grateful for the clear message of ambition and support heard from the Swedish Council Presidency. All of us are aware that this is a priority for Europeans, independently from which angle they look at the every complex challenges of migration. We owe them to keep building a comprehensive solution which leads us to cover all the different aspects, uphold the law, control borders, save lives and provide opportunities indeed for legal migrants and our partner countries.
Herzlichen Dank, Herr Kommissar. Thank you very much, Commissioner. To conclude, we give the floor to the Council, Mrs. Minister Roswell.
Thank you, Madam President, honourable members, Commissioner. Thank you for your remarks and your comments. You have raised many important aspects of migration. It is, as many said, it's a complex and sensitive issue how we can develop a sustainable solution in the area of asylum and migration. As mentioned by the Commission President and several of you, we are currently facing a large number of irregular migrants. During the informal meeting for the Ministers of Justice and Home Affairs last week in Stockholm, the ministers discussed the external dimension of migration. There were interesting discussions on returns, readmission and external borders. It is important that we continue to moving forward with this work. Regarding the Pact of Migration and Asylum, we are all aware that the negotiations of the Pact will be difficult and sensitive, and that this will require time. The negotiations within Council have been progressing at a very good pace, and much of progress was made last year. As many of you have asked for the Council to deliver, yes, but I would also like to recall that the European Parliament also must do its part to adopt its negotiations mandate before negotiations on all the files can be initiated. One such case is on the Return Directive. Since the beginning of the Swedish presidency, work has started on the legislative text on asylum and migration management regulation. We are confident that there is a general willingness among all the member states to make progress and agree on a system which would provide solidarity and elevate the burden of the effect on member states and improve the functioning of the current system, including addressing secondary movements. We recall what the joint roadmap agreed between the 5 rotating presidency and the European Parliament foresees an agreement on all legislative proposals by the end of 2019 and 2024 legislature. We will do our best to make this happen. Thank you again for the debate, and the presidency will convey this to the European Council.
Herzlichen Dank, Frau Ministerin. Thank you very much. The discussion is now concluded and the voting is going to take place tomorrow. The next item on the agenda, thank you very much, Commissioner. The next point on the agenda is the report by Mr. Gozzi, Transparency and Targeting of Political Advertising. And as the first, I will give the floor to the rapporteur, Mr. Gozzi.
Madam President, Minister, Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, it is very clear there is too much manipulation and abuse in our elections and democracy. Foreign interference has become a real scourge. Cambridge Analytica, Qatargate, I could go on and on. Now, the current backdrop speaks volumes. And as political decision makers, we have to assume responsibility and take the necessary decisions in order to effectively fight against all forms of interference and disinformation in our democracies. But at the same time, we have to make sure that public debate in Europe remains open. This regulation is the first step in the face of people clamoring for this openness. It is very clear that this is also linked to what this House has been doing in the fight against interference in the special ING committee on disinformation and fake news. At this point in history, we have to send out a message which is loud and clear to our citizens. We want more transparency. We want better protection against disinformation and foreign interference. We want a true, genuine, single market of political advertising and services, especially for our European SMEs. We want more legal certainty, and we want less barriers and obstacles and red tape for those who provide political advertising services. European political parties won't be stymied by 27 different legal frameworks, and it will be easy for them to have a true European campaign. So we're going to liberalize the single market, but also provide more protection of our fundamental freedoms. We need to protect democracy. Social network manipulation is one of the dangers, among others. Now, if we are serious in our intentions, we really have to ask ourselves whether we're going to go ahead with this. Are we just pretending, or are we serious about this? Now, in the IMCO committee, we're working very hard on this. Everyone showed a sense of responsibility and cooperated with others. And I hope that this work will be rewarded and supported by a broad consensus in plenary tomorrow. Now, when it comes to the use of personal data for the targeting of political advertising and the heated debate around politics, then of course I'm referring to Article 12. Allow me to refer to something that Mark Twain said. Rumors pertaining to the death of political advertising are greatly exaggerated. Or I should say they are greatly amplified because there are some big platforms that are very active with their propaganda against our initiative. We will always fight for freedom of expression, the freedom of expression of everyone, but we won't going to be fighting for the right of amplification without any rules. I'm referring to what the big platforms do. Now, Anna Donat has been working hard on this in the Civil Liberties Committee. In the Cambridge Analytica, 87 million personal data were used without consent. The rules that we want to introduce will make sure that another Cambridge Analytica cannot occur. And it's also worth saying that these rules do not stymie freedom of expression and our freedoms, but they also only constrain political advertising when it's paid in certain circumstances. Now, I'd like to thank everyone who contributed to this text, and it is thanks to them that it's on the table. Thank you very much for the political will that you've shown to work together. We have a unique opportunity for better democracy and a better European single market. Let us grasp this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For the Committee on Education and Culture, Mrs. Verheyen. Dear colleagues, disinformation campaigns and attempts to influence elections, this is increasing in Europe, and it's a very serious threat to democracy. The regulation on transparency in political advertising is an important step to take. I think we've found a balanced approach, and I think we sometimes had stricter rules with regulation of media in regulation and national rules in the member states, making this distinction between content and advertisement. Unpaid content is not covered, and free journalism plus political reporting and information, that is not advertising, so it will not fall under this regulation. This is an essential part of our democracy, and that's why in our committee it's particularly important. And we also are looking at the preconditions of the existing traditional media, because even though this is happening in a digital world, traditional media still enjoys a lot of popularity and is fulfilling an important role. It's an important, reliable source of information, so it shouldn't be burdened down by bureaucracy. So right now, this regulation can ensure more legal certainty, more transparency, and above all, play an important role in protecting our democracies. Thank you.
Dankeschön.
Thank you. For the Committee on Civil Liberties, Mr. Tudorach.
Thank you very much, Chair. Dear colleagues, I'm actually speaking today on behalf of my colleague Anna Donat, who is the rapporteur on this file on behalf of LIBE and worked alongside the shadows to arrive to the result today. Online targeting and ad delivery techniques have grown to be the business model for the big tech industry. It capitalizes on our personal data, including very sensitive one, and not only the data that we consciously provide, but also the one that is inferred from our daily online activities. The use of such data creates specific audiences, fosters polarization, causes deep divisions in our societies, risking the integrity of public debate, of electoral processes, and ultimately of our democracies. As LIBE rapporteur, my colleague Anna Donat is proud of the broad agreement and the solid text found in this House to counter these unhealthy practices and to protect our democracies and fundamental rights by restricting the use of those data. Instead, we propose a system based only on consent on personal data provided by the users. Additionally, this House worked hard to achieve an effective European enforcement mechanism with the European Data Protection Board in the lead. Our EP report gives protection to our citizens from the misuse of personal data and preserves European democracies from interference, manipulations and disinformation from malicious political actors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now for the Commission, Commissioner Urpilainen.
Madam Speaker, honourable members, the Commission welcomes the rapid progress you have made on this proposal. We appreciate that the European Parliament and the Council share the main objectives of our proposal: to create high standard of transparency of political advertising and to limit the use of potential opaque and data-hungry targeting techniques. We need these rules in place ahead of the 2024 Parliament elections. Preserving the articulation between the internal market and data protection acquis established in the Commission's proposal is essential to guarantee legal certainty and effective protection of individual rights. This will guarantee compliance with the existing acquis and ensure proportionality. We also should pay attention to expression of political debate and ensure individual rights to receive information about politics. We are all convinced that union-level measures are needed to address the challenges associated with a rapidly evolving, diverse digital and multimedia landscape. New technologies, they offer many benefits to enhance the democratic debate, but can be misused also for foreign interference and disinformation. We all can name examples of undue campaign methods affecting results of various elections, a stark warning to limit the tools that allow this to happen. The Commission's proposal was carefully calibrated to balance these rights and interests involved in this sensitive area. Its scope is carefully defined to preserve member state competence to organise elections and regulate political parties and the different checks and balances in our national democratic traditions, while making sure that legal certainty is provided and political ads with specific common measures. We drafted this regulation with an aim to enable an unprecedented high standard of transparency in the provision of political advertising. The regulation also offers individuals stronger protection of personal data when political advertising is targeted and amplified. Finally, the proposal prevents the use of potentially problematic targeting techniques. Vice President Jourova will work with you and the Council to find suitable solutions and achieve rapid agreement in good time ahead of the electoral campaign. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Frau Kommissarin. Thank you very much. Now for the Legal Affairs, Mrs. Niebler.
Vielen Dank, Frau Präsidentin, verehrte.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, opinion makers on the internet, manipulative messaging, fake news and social bots. The use of AI can in fact influence votes and referendums. We've seen this in the case of Cambridge Analytica. Through the transparency and targeting of political advertising regulation, this kind of electoral manipulation should be prohibited in the future. The rules should be shaped in such a way, however, that elections can still be campaigned in the future. And here's a critical point that I would flag up. I don't think these rules should apply to local government elections. For example, in a small district with just a couple of hundred of voters would be put on a par with the 440 million people voting in the European elections. And every time a local council or mayor was elected, the rules would need to be followed. And I don't think that's right. Local politicians are mostly doing this on a voluntary basis and are not targeted by election manipulation. That's why they should be freed from red tape. Thank you.
Vielen Dank für den Ausschuss.
Thank you. For the AFCO committee, Mr. Freund. Thank you very, very much, Madam Chair, dear colleagues. The next European elections stand before us, and in the coming months, of course, it's really going to warm up in the Parliament. There's going to be more discussion, there are going to be more attacks, campaigns are going to be run, and this is, of course, part of democracy. Trying to compete for the best vision of Europe. But what we can't have is a companion from third parties, from outside, from dictators who have nothing other objective other than to destroy our democracy. And the far right in this House are very familiar with that. They are allowed to have luxury trips and hotels from Putin on their way to Moscow. Still, that has to be laid bare. That has to be transparent. But if the next campaign on the internet is financed by Putin, you can't see that. So it's important that this is now going to be transparent, that we'll be able to see who is financing electoral campaigns. Our citizens have the right to know who is sowing hate and who has a good vision for the European Union. And that's why I think this is a good legislative proposal. Thank you.
Dankeschön. Wir kommen nun zu den
Thank you. Now we're going to have representatives in the groups. From the EPP, Mr. Arias.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam Commissioner, this regulation wants to make sure that electoral processes are transparent by regulating political advertising, a policy to protect our citizens and democracy. We are adopting a tool on the basis of the Digital Services Act, which imposes transparency obligations, but also trying to curtail foreign interference that we've already seen, part of some countries such as Russia. Instead of bans, we want to strengthen transparency obligations, and these obligations have to be met by anyone who wants to publish political advertising. We want to know who's behind this, what techniques and technology has been used, and by doing this we can avoid other scandals such as Cambridge Analytica. We have to make sure that all of this is done in any member state, because we're getting rid of barriers and obstacles that exist today. This will be particularly important for European elections. I hope that the majority of the House will support the text so that we can start the trilogues with a strong EP position. We'll have to be rigorous, and we're going to have to make sure that this is our reference point, and we mustn't trample over the GDPR either, and without, of course, impinging on the electoral laws of the member states. I'd like to thank Mr. Gozzi and all the shadow rapporteurs for the constructive atmosphere in the negotiations. We all have the same overarching goal. We want to go towards a more transparent, democratic and strong Europe and face those who want to weaken our democracies. Thank you.
Thank you. For the S&D, it's our colleague Leite Marques.
Micro. I start again?
Senhor Comissária, os problemas com as campanhas políticas.
Commissioner, problems linked to political campaigns have always existed, but the digital age has created new problems which need new solutions. Firstly, this era makes it harder to scrutinise lies and false promises. To avoid that, the Parliament is proposing a database be created with all political advertisements online and information about who is promoting them, paying for them, and at whom they're addressed. That would be particularly important for journalists, academics and authorities to investigate. Secondly, the online era makes it possible to tailor lies to those who will hear and read them thanks to the use of the personal data we all leave behind when we are online. To avoid manipulation campaigns, Parliament is proposing that the use of personal data not explicitly provided by citizens for that purpose be banned. There are two other aspects I'd like to highlight. To prevent our elections being manipulated by actors outside the Union, we have put in place a ban on sponsorship of political campaigns to anyone who's not an EU citizen or resident. And neither do we want this regulation to adversely impact on all fundamental rights, especially on freedom of expression and freedom in political terms. Therefore, our group demanded that the rules should apply only to the advertising provided as a service rather than normal communications by any citizens. Trust in political processes and campaigns is one of the vital pillars of a democratic system. In the report we adopted in the Internal Market Committee, and which I hope will be adopted tomorrow, with its ambitions maintained, we will be making a very strong contribution to strengthening and updating our democracy. Thank you.
For the Renew Fraktion.
Thank you. For Renew, Mrs. Thun and Hohenstein.
Dziękuję, Pani Przewodnicząca.
Thank you very much, Madam President. First of all, let me thank Mr. Gozzi and Mr. Donner, who cannot be here today. They had to remain in Budapest because he has a small child. And I would also like to thank the shadows as well from the other groups for all of their great efforts in this dossier. I'm very pleased that the EU finally has an appropriate response to the Cambridge analytical scandal. With this legislation, our citizens will be better protected against undesired political advertising, and our personal data will be much better protected. They're going to be safer vis-a-vis disinformation just filling social media. And so I have the hope that hate speech can also be limited with this regulation, and also the manipulation of voters. These are things which destroy our society. We need this regulation to have a better democratic competition. What we've seen with Brexit referendum or the election of Trump, this should never again happen in the EU. Thank you. Mrs. Geyser now for the Greens.
Frau Präsidentin,
Madam President, Minister, the name Cambridge Analytica has been mentioned a great deal already and is well known. What did that company actually do? It psychologically profiled people using very precise data to influence their electoral behaviour, and it did so by tailoring content very specifically to them. In the most anodyne case, it might be that a candidate might display a cat or a dog to reach out to cat or dog loving voters. But what's happening now means that for example, in swing districts, black voters in the 2016 US presidential election were told there was no point going out to vote. There were Facebook ads telling them there was no point. And that's become every day in political advertising rather than the exception. Using such a data profile, a party can reach out to quite different voter groups with quite different messages, such as saying drive what you like or no new laws to the older people and protect the climate first and foremost to younger people. And that's got nothing to do with our democracy. As a party, you have to stand up for what you believe in. It's our responsibility to clearly message on that. Democracy requires a common demos, and that's what this law promotes. Targeted political advertising based on very personal characteristics is being limited and completely banned in the 60 days ahead of an election. That's the right step towards a fair election system and strong democracy.
Thank you very much. For ID, we have our colleague, Mr. Choron.
Ladies and gentlemen, Brussels now is meddling with regulating what will happen in the European elections and all the way into our villages. You're all being, they're instilling fear into you with the whole issue of freedom of expression, that Trump will be re-elected and so on. So apparently there's propaganda 24 hours a day, and there's the social networks and alternative media. The transparency of political advertising, of course, is something that we're in favor of, and the same applies to being very transparent when it comes to SMSs between Mrs. von der Leyen and Mr. Bourla, NGO transparency, and so on and so forth. But the Commission also has to look at what Mrs. von der Leyen's husband is doing, whether he's getting funds, and also why we're still buying Pfizer vaccines for many years without price transparency. We're not fools. This isn't really about political advertising. You're just worried about what democratic electoral results will bring about.
Next speaker for the ECR is Mr. Bielan.
Madam President, dear colleagues, during today's debate, I've heard plenty about transparency and the need to better protect citizens from foreign actors that might interfere in elections. And I, of course, agree with these points. Citizens have the right to know who the sponsors of political advertising are. But while you portray a success story of the Parliament negotiations, I feel some key points are still missing. Transparency does not mean creating a framework which incentivizes big online platforms to remove content out of a fear of liability. It does not mean either asking platforms to decide which ads are political or not, while complaining that they have too much power. And finally, protecting citizens is not equal to introducing a general monitoring obligation that introduces constant surveillance of the online content by online actors. I urge all members to support our amendments that improve the Parliament's position and defend fundamental freedoms in the EU. Thank you.
Thank you. For the left, our colleague Kologlu.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is very positive that we've managed to reach an agreement on this draft regulation, despite the objections and reluctance of the more conservative parts of this House. It's important that this agreement came about despite the fact that the big platforms reacted very strongly against it. They want to manipulate information and political advertising on the internet. These big platforms deal with citizens as numbers. They don't see them as real citizens. They see them as numbers or just money. This isn't enough. We've got to come up with positive measures in order to help small media outlets, independent media outlets in each and every member state so that they can really compete against the big platforms. We have to make sure that they act democratically and transparently to make sure that citizens can vote freely. Thank you.
Thank you. Those were the speakers representing the groups, and I'm going to be a little stricter with the time. Mr. van der Kindelaar is next.
Dank u wel, mevrouw de voorzitter, commissaris, collega's.
Thank you, President. colleagues, transparency and clear rules will now make clear who is paying for political ads, why users are seeing them, and will also help political journalism. Record sums of money have been spent on social media in my country, making them the front runner in the EU. The text that we're voting on tomorrow could end the era in which social media platforms, without asking and without the knowledge of the user, collect data on that user in order to sway their voting, or even worse, playing off one group of people against another. Political ads aimed at minors or based on sensitive data will have no place in the EU. This will be an important step forwards to protecting our democracy better in the run-up to the 2024 elections, both local, national and European elections. Thank you.
The next speaker is Mr. Tang.
Thank you, President. How many political advertisements of different political groups do you see in your timeline daily? In fact, I've counted, and all ads on my Instagram account came from just 3 political parties. While in the Netherlands we have at least 20. So why is that? In a proper functioning democracy, the voter decides. So no tracking. The voter decides on what data to share for political ads, but also limited to no targeting. Indeed, it is segmentation with different messages to different groups of voters that give ample opportunities for manipulation and for polarization, based sometimes on the most sensitive personal data, such as religions, ethnic backgrounds, age. Those ads can sow division and hate. So that is why we need, finally, to make political ads subject to strict data protection, to avoid another Cambridge Analytica, to prevent another Trump campaign targeting black voters, and to ensure that indeed the voter decides. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Mr. Che.
Thank you, Chair, dear colleagues. I'm very glad that the Cambridge Analytica scandal, the Brexit campaign, the Trump campaigns finally served as a wake-up call for the European Union. Because social media platforms can give malign actors a powerful tool to undermine our democracies. They can open the door to foreign interference, they can amplify misinformation and propaganda, and they can be used to stoke up hatred and divide our societies. And in both of these cases, the practice called micro-targeting was a very big part of the problem. Tailoring messages to audiences, of course, can be legitimate, but gathering sensitive data without voters' consent and then exploiting this to manipulate them is certainly not. So I'm very thankful for the amazing work of Sandro Gozzi and Anna Donat, because this regulation is so very important, colleagues, and especially the transparency requirements. Voters have the right to know who is trying to persuade them and how, so that persuasion does not become illegitimate manipulation. Because democracy is so much more than drawing an X at the ballot box. It depends on a meaningful public debate and an informed electorate, also in the online space. So thank you.
Dankeschön. Nächste Rednerin ist die Kollegin Kemper.
The next speaker is Mrs. Kemper.
Pani Przewodnicząca, Pani Komisarz.
Madam President, Madam Commissioner, political advertisement in Internet. This, of course, plays a key role today. And the document, which we're evaluating today, I think is something we should be considering in positive light in terms of transparency and making clear where the financing is coming from. And above all, I think this should cover all of those areas. However, the provisions which are contained here concerning, for example, keeping, storing for 10 years of content, I think we have to look at the terrorism regulation. And there you have a storage deadline of 2 years. Perhaps we should have 10 years for that as well. Well, that's just as an aside. Essentially, there's an article which is the center of the debate, which is Article 12. And the LIBE text goes way beyond what the Commission is proposing. But what is missing, I think, is a deep analysis of this topic.
Next speaker is Mr. Hetman.
Dziękuję bardzo, Pani Przewodnicząca, Pani Komisarz, Szanowni Państwo.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam Commissioner, I don't think we have to convince anyone about the fact that foreign interference in elections is fraught with danger, as the Cambridge Analytica case showed us. We have to protect our main values by doing what we're doing, but it's also a prerequisite for the survival of democracy itself. That is why we have to lay down what political advertising is, what kind of content it has, and who can watch it. Among the tools put forward, there are tools that are all about respecting voters, because it's thanks to this that we have the necessary tools.
Mr. Vulcan.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen, as a Social Democrat in the European Parliament, I'm standing here in order to talk about the regulation of political advertisement. I think we have to be very clear that regulating political advertisement does not mean regulating every political expression. The free expression of political opinions is an important part of our democracy. It gives a voice to the citizens, and it makes it possible for them to be well informed about political matters and to discuss these matters. So we can't have this free expression of political opinions as it can't be equated with paid advertisement. We have to ensure that political expression of opinion can continue without being hindered by regulation. However, we have to look at the reality that there are practices that exist that could compromise the integrity of political advertisement. For example, misinformation or conflicts of interest. So we have to ensure that the free expression of opinions are not impeded. Thank you very much for your attention, and thank you, ChatGPT.
Thank you. And the next speaker in normal time is Mr. Grothaus.
Dear Chair, the Commissioner, colleagues, many voters in modern democracies based their choice on who to cast their vote on what they read online, on social media. And I can hardly think of a bigger threat to our democracies than this, because if Twitter, for example, is that town square where Mr. Musk is talking about, then should it be allowed for just one or two political parties to give speeches on that town square and not for others? Should it be allowed for just one or two political parties on the town square to paste posters? Hell no. Yet this is exactly what is happening online when social media algorithms draw voters into that rabbit hole and isolate them from pluralistic offerings of political views. On that town square, it may also never ever be allowed for authoritarian states such as Russia or China to finance and therefore dictate which political advertisements the people in that town of Mr. Musk would get to see. The legislation we have before us today fills me with pride because it is tackling exactly such problems for the entire EU. We take matters in our own hand and we keep our democracy safe. And thanks to the rapporteur, Mr. Gozzi.
Vielen Dank. Wir kommen zum Catch the Eye-Verfahren.
Catch the Eye next. 5 speakers have asked for the floor. We can take them all. We'll start with a colleague Glovak and a colleague Glovak is the first Catch the Eye speaker.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, what we need are high standards of transparency. And we have to do our best to protect citizens from manipulation and fake news. The elections next year will show the trust of our citizens in the European Parliament. Colleagues on my right side should be worried about that. We're also witnessing the constant interference in democratic processes, which intensify before elections. We need to know who stands behind the ad, who is paying them, and the citizens and voters have the right to political pluralism. This is why we need to use the mechanisms which will allow us to have the highest standards of transparency and universal rules for political targeting. In Croatia, we have a specific account for financing political ads, media reports and reports about media advertising. This is a very good indicator and a very good direction, because it is clear which parties spend how much money in which media. Thank you.
Fidanza.
Thank you. Breyer, followed by Fidanza.
Frau Präsidentin.
Madam President, tomorrow is going to be a good day for European democracy. With a broad majority, the European Parliament is going to stand together and support this objection of stopping targeted political advertisement and protect our democracy. It's also going to be a good day for YouTube, for RISO. There is not going to be any regulation on that. So the next time you decide to propose the destruction of the CDU, well, you'll be fine. Now, the EU Commission and the governments and the big tech are not going to change anything on the current status. And that would mean anti-democratic, anti-European forces will continue having this kind of surveillance advertisement, hate speech, lies. They're going to be able to continue to place these in front of recipients who are sensitive to this kind of advertisement. So I'm going to fight that approach is not carried out, and that we should be able to protect our privacy and protect our democracy from that. Thank you. The next is Mr. Fidanza, and then Wallace.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the rapporteur for all his work. Fighting against foreign interference in European democracy is a priority for us. However, the text we're going to vote on could seriously curtail freedom of expression on the web. There are very stringent obligations and potential penalties on the service providers, and there's also the issue of the GDPR, and that could mean that there's self-censorship. I think that the distinction between several concepts is a bit subtle, and then there's the issue of paid service and unpaid service, and this could also lead to self-censorship done preventively. We really have to pause for thought in order to make sure that we've got legislation that is more coordinated and more coherent, that really fights against foreign interference, but at the same time protecting freedom of expression properly.
Wallace und anschließend.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace, followed by Mrs. Daly.
Mr. Wallace, please.
Thank you very much, President. Of course, we need transparency in political advertising, but this regulation is in danger of creating more problems than it solves. It mischaracterises the mere expression of political ideas and civic engagement as political advertising. This would impose severe obligations on individuals and civil society, and therefore hinder democratic discourse and public participation. The EU's so-called war on disinformation has little to do with protecting the public from false or dangerous content, and more to do with censoring and suppressing dissenting voices. So much of the moral panic in relation to political advertising comes from the Cambridge Analytica scandal. Yes, the company clearly broke Facebook's terms of service. But the reality is that after a 3-year investigation, the UK Information Commissioner's Office found no evidence that Cambridge Analytica misused data to influence the Brexit referendum. The people of UK voted for Brexit because too many felt let down by the EU's neoliberal policies. And the people of America voted for Trump because they were tired of the Democrats' neoliberal policies and Obama's endless wars.
Vielen Dank. Den Abschluss bildet die Kollegin Daly.
Thank you, Mrs. Daly, to wind up.
President. I was the shadow for the Libe opinion on this file, and I'd really like to be getting behind it for the things that it's trying to achieve, but it doesn't achieve them, so I can't. And in fact, it's a major intervention by the EU into the political culture of its member states, which will have far-reaching implications for freedom of political expression, for civil society, for the media and for citizens. Now, the regulation places a range of complex obligations, not just on politicians, on every single civil society actor, on every grassroots network, every group of neighbours, every activist, on anyone who seeks to intervene in public debates on laws or regulations and who spends any sum of money at all on advertising, including posters and leaflets. If they fail to fulfil their obligations, they will face sanctions and penalties. And you can be damn sure that political opponents will be making sure and jumping on the chance of the slightest hint of an error or an omission. If this was about politicians only, I'd support it. If it was a directive, I'd support it. If it was about targeting, I'd support it. And if it succeeded in truly dealing with the pernicious effect of big money advertising and protecting political advertising, I would agree with it, but it does none of these things. It's an overreach, it's worrying, it's not the EU's job to regulate political expression.
Dankeschön. Das Wort erhält die Kommission.
Thank you. The Commission, in the form of Mrs. Urpilainen.
And honourable members, thank you for the debate. I have noted your support as well as concerns, and I will definitely convey them to the Vice President Jourova. The Commission really appreciates the fact that the Parliament and the Council share the main objective of the proposals. It remains the Commission's view that this regulation will enable an unprecedented high standard of transparency in the provision of the political advertising. It will also prevent the use of potentially problematic targeting methods. We have a chance to set global standards of transparency of the political advertising process and shouldn't miss this opportunity. The Commission supports your rapporteur's aims to present a negotiation mandate to the Parliament to open the way for trialogues to begin fast. There is still time to get this done ahead of the European Parliament elections next year, and we definitely stand ready to support you to ensure what we do it well. So thank you very much for this discussion.
Vielen Dank, Frau Kommissarin. Den Abschluss bildet.
Thank you very much, Madam Commissioner. Mr. Gozzi, the rapporteur, to conclude.
Thank you very much for your contributions. I really need to insist on the importance of this political file, given the political context. With the vote tomorrow, we need to have strong provisions backed by an overwhelming majority of the European Parliament in order to embark on the trilogues. We mustn't waste any time if we want these rules to be implemented before the upcoming European elections. Mr. Arias Echeverria reminded us of this, and rightly so. We want to make sure that the European elections will be more transparent and more fireproof, if you like. And we want to help shore up independent journalism and media outlets, as Mrs. Urpilainen said. Mr. Fidanza and others, you know that platforms just have to check that the information from the political sponsors is complete, and there will be no general monitoring obligation, and even less so sanctions. But as Paul Tang said, at the end of the day, it's the voters that have to decide, not digital platforms. Mr. Freund and Mrs. Giese also highlighted the fact that more transparency is vital to protect our democracies, and from this point of view, the European repository is very important, and Mrs. Leitao Marquez is right. The European repository that our proposal will usher in is vital. And then one last point to say to Mrs. Niebler, that I don't think that this proposal imposes imposes disproportionate obligations. We're not making our candidates and life more difficult in local elections. I really don't see any risks here. I think that the obligations are going to be proportionate. So we've come up with a response which has been eagerly awaited. It's strong. What we are doing makes sense. So let's go ahead with it.
Thank you. The debate is closed. The vote will take place tomorrow. The next agenda item is Council and Commission statements on the need for an urgent update of the EU list of high-risk third countries for anti-money laundering and terrorist financing purposes. And for the Council, I would like to call on Mrs. Rosvall to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Honourable Members, Commissioner. Thank you for inviting me, the Presidency, to join this debate. The fight against money laundering and terrorist financing is a key task for our Presidency and connects to one of our four priorities, security. This is also an area where the Council is firmly engaged. Last December, the Council reached an agreement on the negotiation mandates for the anti-money laundering regulation and the anti-money laundering directive. In addition to that, we have a mandate for negotiating the substance of the anti-money laundering authority. Moreover, on the transfer of funds regulation, we have, together with you, reached an agreement which is now in the final stage before adoption. I look forward to engaging with the European Parliament on the remaining negotiations as soon as you are ready. But let me come to the issue on hand. The Commission's delegated act on the EU list of high-risk third countries for anti-money laundering and terrorist financing purposes. As is always the case, the Council stands ready to examine any list put forward by the Commission. The Commission adopted this delegated act on December 19th. After this, we initiated, without a delay, an internal process to assess a member states' intentions regarding the act. However, given the date of adoption, the period for this assessment largely overlapped the holiday period in our member states. This is especially relevant because the scrutiny period for this delegated act is 1 month, as opposed to normal 3 months for financial market regulations. Because of this, the objection period was extended. This was later confirmed by the Council in January 17th. Therefore, the deadline to object is now February 20th, and we are currently assessing Member States' intentions regarding the delegated act. Our current understanding is that the Council is not interested in objecting to the delegated act. For the Council's examination, we are taking into consideration the lessons learned from the 2019 update of the list. We believe that since then, the Commission has worked hard to improve the method and has engaged closely with Member States, which was appreciated by the Council. I would like to conclude by reaffirming the Presidency's full commitment to maintaining close cooperation between the institutions and the money laundering area. So I look forward to hearing your views. Thank you for your attention.
Herzlichen Dank, Frau Ministerin.
Thank you very much, Minister. Mrs. Urpilainen for the Commission, please.
Dear President, honourable members, I am pleased to speak to you today on this important issue on behalf of my colleague, Commissioner McGuinness. For this Commission, as for this House, the fight against money laundering and the financing of terrorism is a top priority. We need to keep strengthening our defences against money laundering and terrorist financing. This means we must also address risks that come from outside the EU. The Anti-Money Laundering Directive requires the Commission to list high-risk third country jurisdictions. These jurisdictions have strategic deficiencies in their national frameworks and anti-money laundering and countering the financing of terrorism. Under the directive, any third country jurisdiction publicly identified as a risk to international financial system by the Financial Action Task Force is also presumed to be a risk to the EU internal market. This is justified because the international financial system is highly interconnected. Market operators are closely connected. Our market is very open, and there are a high volume of cross-border transactions to or from the Union. Against this background, the EU list of jurisdictions must be aligned with the list published by the task force. This is a legal requirement that was decided by the co-legislators when they agreed the Anti-Money Laundering Directive. The Commission therefore adopted the delegated act after a full analysis of the situation and according to all the information at our disposal. We respect the position of the Council that they need more time to scrutinise the act. And this is the right, of course, of the co-legislator. Let me underline that this updated list is essential for the integrity of our financial system and for the EU's commitment to combat money laundering globally. We remain confident that it will enter into force as soon as possible. Finally, and this is very important for me, let me add that the Commission, together with the European External Action Service and concerned EU delegations, work closely with jurisdictions that are already listed or soon will be. We help them address shortcomings in their national anti-money laundering and countering terrorism financing frameworks. We provide them with technical assistance to help them fully implement their action plans agreed in the task force. Because listing is not the end, but the start of a process. The aim is to help jurisdictions improve their anti-money laundering frameworks. We regularly delist jurisdictions who make improvements, as indeed we are doing in this same act. The Commission will continue to work closely with this House and keep you fully informed of future developments. I look forward to hearing your views.
Herzlichen Dank, Frau Kommissarin. Es folgen die Sprecherinnen.
Thank you, Commissioner. And now speakers for the group, starting with the EPP group, Mr. Ferber.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Dear colleagues, the European Union for years has a problem with money laundering. And if you look at the volume of suspicious transactions, I think it could be up to 100 billion transactions. So we're talking sometimes about an imported problem, but it's clear that our defense from money laundering and terrorism funding is only as strong as the weakest link in the chain. And that's why it's important that in third countries with apparent deficiencies are looked at very closely. So that's why we were co-initiators of this list of third country jurisdictions. This has to remain up to date. There's no question. And it's also important that in the area of money laundering within the EU, we have quite a large task ahead of us. The member states, of course, know this, and we have special units in the customs authorities who are able to work in cases suspicious, but we have thousands of cases which are not being addressed. And if we only had 100th of these addressed, of course it's very clear that quite a lot is going through the net. So it's important, it's not just one more month that the Council needs, but it's very important that the Council doesn't delete any country from this list. Then we're going the right direction.
Die Fraktion spricht der Kollege Hey.
Thank you. Hina Loma for the S&D.
Madam President, Commissioner, 2022 was a record year on international level in terms of AML fines. Financial institutions paid for more than 5 billion euros fines for breaching AML rules. Astonishing figure. It's clear AML rules need to become stricter, better enforced, and loopholes need to be closed. Therefore, we have to look into the procedure to identify high-risk third countries. Although the Council has the right to ask for a postponement, the listing of these countries should be a no-brainer as it follows clearly the FATF assessment. However, to avoid any geopolitical pressure in future and to make the AML rules more effective, we need to reform this procedure today more than ever. As co-rapporteur for AML regulation, I therefore support an autonomous EU listing process as proposed by the Commission and stand ready to work with Council to reform the process in order to ensure robust action. Thank you.
Dankeschön. Für die Renew-Fraktion.
Thank you. Renew, Mrs. Turgario.
În luna iulie 2022, ca
In June 2022, there was a list of countries requiring greater scrutiny for the jurisdictions that deserve more attention, and I suggest UAE be added to it. In December, the Commission proposed a re-evaluation of the list with UAE and other countries, but the Council did not regard that proposal as a priority and postponed the matter. And today, now we have the corruption scandal and money laundering in the EU. There hasn't been a firm prohibition of golden passports in the EU, and I don't believe that third country jurisdictions should stand in the way of combating money laundering. We know that Russia has managed to use those jurisdictions to evade EU sanctions. So today we need to reflect that we haven't had the courage, just the interest, and if we can't do it now, when will we?
Thank you. For the Greens, we have our colleague, Mr. Urtasun.
Identifying jurisdictions that do not that pose a threat to money laundering is extremely relevant for our policy in that field. Unfortunately, we know in the last years this exercise of listing has been highly politicized. And that is the reason why my group suggested to have this debate in this plenary today, because when the Council decided to postpone the deadline to adopt the delegated act, immediately alarms starting to ring, because we do not want to repeat what happened in 2019 when a delegated act was objected because a certain member state was in it, and due to political pressure then the delegated act was objected. We do not want that to happen again. I think that the exercise that the Commission did in identifying the jurisdictions is perfectly technical and clean. Also, it mirrors what the FATF has already done at international level, and thus we believe that this delegated act should be adopted as soon as possible. I'm happy to hear that nobody in the Council so far has signalling the intention to objecting it, and then we expect the Council to adopt it as soon as possible. Now, I think that for the future, we need to reflect how to better strengthen this exercise. And for that, and we have a good opportunity now that, that we are in the middle of reforming our anti-money laundering legislation, we need to strengthen the process to make it more technical, less political, and also I think with the creation of the new agency for anti-money laundering, we can also give it a role in order to have this exercise to be done in a better way. Thank you so much.
Dankeschön.
Thank you. For the ID, it's Mr. Beck.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you. The Qatar affair has proved that the EU must step up its battle against money laundering. An important step in this direction would be the ambitious extension of the EU list of high-risk third countries that are doing little against money laundering or terrorist financing. The list currently extends to 25 countries, including the usual suspects like Afghanistan, North Korea, Iran, Panama and Morocco. However, according to the NGO Tax Justice Network, also countries like the United Arab Emirates and the USA also belong to the 10 most money laundering friendly countries in the world. The Emirates are even on the Financial Action Task Force blacklist. In other words, among the jurisdictions that need more intensive surveillance. We support your battle against money laundering, but please not just against Pyongyang, but also against your friends in Dubai and Delaware. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker for the left is Mr. Kushmal. Thank you very much, Madam President. The list of third countries which have demonstrate high risk for money laundering, this is a list with a number of criteria which you would have to call political diplomacy. But the fact is that it's an elephant in the room which is relevant for the Parliament and the Commission. What is happening here within the EU, the Panama Papers, scandals, Cambridge Analytica, etc., and the big risk of money laundering is actually internal to the EU, and it's not being looked at by the Commission or the Council. These countries who are channels to run money laundering within the EU. Instead, this is a list of third countries which serves to keep our hands clean from the responsibility, rather than looking at our own situation. If you have high-risk countries, risks for we have to look at ourselves. The next speaker is Mr. Sinčić.
Thank you very much. When speaking about high-risk third countries when it comes to money laundering, we have to remember that this money first has to be taken away legally. So money on Barbados, on Jamaica is being stolen here in Europe. What can we do when you've been warning governments that hundreds of millions of kunas have been stolen and the government is not willing to do anything at all regarding this problem? We had Tomislav Debeljak, the anti-entrepreneur, who ruined the Croatian shipyards. He received 100 of millions of kunas each year from the government, and everything went through a fake company on the Marshall Islands. Despite warnings by the State Audit Commission, our Prime Minister allowed for money to be paid in this way. Marshall Islands refused any cooperation with the EU at the time, and they ended up on the list. The system must react to these criminal deeds, and the government of Andrej Plenković enjoys good reputation in these institutions. What does this say about our democracies? We must stop these criminal practices on our own continent, and this will mean less stolen money, which will then not be laundered in third countries, in this case in the Marshall Islands.
Dankeschön. Jetzt werde ich mit der Zeit.
Thank you. Now I'm going to be more strict about speaking times. The next colleague is Mr. Garcia Malaga.
Madam President, honourable members, Gibraltar. Don't worry, I'm not going to talk about sovereignty because Prime Minister Sanchez doesn't care. So if he doesn't care, I don't see why you would. We're going to talk about money and dirty money. Gibraltar has 6.7 square meters, no natural resources, 30,000 companies, and the third highest GDP rate in the world. Those who are in Gibraltar are ingenious, but there's probably something else, and that's taxation. Indirect taxation is low in Gibraltar. Corporate tax doesn't tax those companies that get profits outside Gibraltar. In other words, everything. Prime Minister Sanchez signed an agreement that consolidated this, and those who are resident in Gibraltar can access the single market in Europe. Who is going to invest in Algeciras when they can do it in Gibraltar? Now we know that there are a lot of question marks when it comes to AML and financing of terrorism legislation. At the moment, we're negotiating the agreement between the EU and the UK on Gibraltar. We have to pay careful attention to what we're doing. Don't look at tax havens that are very far by consolidating a tax haven on right continent. Thank you.
Paul Tang is the next speaker.
Africa's corrupt officials, fraudulent businessmen, the common denominator, they own property in the United Arab Emirates. Not only does the UAE host criminal EU citizens, they also host sanctioned Russians. In Dubai, Russians are among the largest group of foreign real estate investor or better-faced money launderers. Moscow on the Gulf. The Emirates do not comply with international agreements. They rank 8th in the Financial Secrecy Index. So it's no surprise that early 2022, the international FATF grey-listed the Emirates. Ever since, the S&D Group has been calling on the Commission to mirror this, and we're happy to see that the Commission did, rightfully proposing the list to include the Emirates. But the Council delays. It's more than a year gone, trying to avoid a confrontation, I hope not, but undermining the sanctions against Russia. This gives exactly the wrong signal. We cannot be complacent in the fight against dirty money, not then, and certainly not now. Thank you.
Dankeschön. Next. Thank you. The next speaker is our colleague, Mr. Karem.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Madam Commissioner and Minister. The criminals use the rule of the game in order to finance terrorist attacks here or to launder money over there unscrupulously. They exploit our shortcomings. The Commission and the Council have to do something when a third country represents a serious danger for the EU financing system. Let's take the UAE. We know that oligarchs seek refuge there, and the same applies to criminals when they want to escape sanctions and the rules of the game. The FATF has said that this country represents a serious threat since March 2022. It's been said many times, but we've had to wait 9 months to update our blacklist. 9 months, and then the Council added extra time, which makes us more vulnerable to threats and external threats. Our list has to be in line with the FATF one. I think that the process is too slow, opaque and political, and I would like to overhaul this procedure. The future European authority is going to have to play a key role. We have to go more quickly, react more strongly, because every week at the mercy of the Council exposes our societies and financial system to the attacks of the worst criminals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Mr. Radov.
Thank you very much, President. Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, we wanted some clarity from the Council regarding the delayed decision. I thank Jessica Rosso for the explanation. For all of us, it is important to have an effective fight against money laundering, both internally within the European Union, but also at international level, because dirty money doesn't stop at borders. In this regard, our approach towards jurisdictions with strategic weaknesses in financial crime protection is of crucial importance to us. I do understand the other political groups that they are impatient here, but we are still within the normal procedure. We should not be seriously worried. We should show some responsibility here. Our actions should be fact-based. This is the way to formulate an adequate common position on high-risk third countries, a position free from behind-the-door deals and lobbyism. I do look to the Council for a fast decision on the delegated act. Thank you very much indeed.
Now we've reached Catch the Eye. I have 3 speakers which we can take into account. Mr. Lopez Aguilar, followed by our colleague Mrs. Daly.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Council, strengthening the Union, the European Union, in the fight against financing terrorism and money laundering means that we're on the right track. We've got this delegated act with the list of high-risk third country jurisdictions in the field of anti-money laundering. But it's important for the Swedish presidency to really focus on breathing new life into the new AML package. There are 5 regulations, including the Anti-Money Laundering Authority. But still, there'll be a piece missing until we fulfill the mandate of the European Parliament that has been there for a long time to put an end to any money laundering possibilities within the EU because there's room for maneuver in the member states. We talk about golden visas and golden passports. They've been banned by the European Parliament, so all this work will not be complete until we get rid of this altogether from the member state legislation. Thank you.
Mrs. Daly is next, and then Mr. Wallace.
If you read down the EU's anti-money laundering blacklist, one of the things that immediately strikes you is that not one of the countries on the list is majority white, and not one of them is what we would call the West, because this blacklist is biased and inconsistent and has a lot more to do about lobbying power than a genuine assessment of risk. Now, Vanuatu, one of the world's poorest countries, is on the list. Yet the EU says that the criteria for inclusion is about the economic relevance of the third country jurisdiction for the EU and the systemic impact on the integrity of our financial systems. Seriously? Vanuatu, with a GDP of 9% of Greece's, is a threat to our financial integrity? Is it not really the fact that we're picking countries that can't kick us back? Nothing being said about the Netherlands, nothing about Ireland, nothing about the US, nothing about the UAE, which is currently leaning on the EU to keep it off the blacklist, and they'll probably succeed because we want their oil, just as the Qataris would have succeeded if they'd only just stuck to bribing us with oil.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Wallace.
Thank you very much, President. The countries on this list are all non-white, global south countries. It's uncannily similar to the EU's tax haven blacklist. The rules are applied unilaterally and often imposed on acutely vulnerable former European colonies. For centuries, European economies were built and sustained on the backs of the very colonies which are now desperate to survive and compete in whatever limited way they can. Yet, the EU is destroying the ability of these weaker states to compete by weaponising its unilaterally, disproportionately and unfairly applied rules on tax and anti-money laundering and countering the financing of terrorism list. How can we accept the methodology for this list when the US is not on the list? The US financed Al-Qaeda in Syria. The US financed the Mujahideen in Afghanistan. The US gives almost $4 billion every year to the settler colonial apartheid state of Israel, who carries out state terrorism against the people of Palestine. Why aren't they on the list?
Now, I'll give the floor to Commissioner Urpilainen.
Madam President, honourable members, thank you very much for your interventions in this debate. I have to say that I take note of all your remarks. Let me also emphasise that we will continue working together with you and our partner countries, as the fight against money laundering and terrorist finance is our common endeavour. So we look forward to continuing our good cooperation, and thank you again for your support.
Thank you. For the Council, Minister Roswell has the floor.
Madam President, honourable members, Commissioner, thank you again for giving me the floor. I followed your valuable contributions with great interest on this issue and also about the future, and I also hear what the Commission's contribution. As I said in my introductory remarks, we expect the Council's examination of the new list to be concluded fairly soon, and certainly by the 20th February deadline. Preliminary views expressed that Member States lead me to think that the Council will not object to the Delegate Act, as I said also in my first statement. And also I explained why the delay of 1 month. As Mr. López Aguilar stressed, we will also soon start the negotiations on anti-money laundering legislative files that is currently on the table. The anti-money laundering regulation, in particular, will further codify the EU rules as regards the third countries. We look forward to our negotiations on those files as soon as you are ready. The Swedish presidency will maintain close contact with the Parliament and all the rapporteurs for the anti-money laundering legislative files. I will finally just take the opportunity to again reaffirm the importance that the presidency attached to the fight against money laundering and the finance of terrorism. And as I said in my introductory remarks, this is one of the Swedish priorities, security. Thank you again very much for the debate and for your attention.
Thank you very much. The debate is now closed. The next point on the agenda is the statement by the Vice President of the Commission, High Representative of the Union for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy concerning the situation in Afghanistan. And as a representative, I give the floor to Commissioner Urpilainen.
Madam President, honourable members of the European Parliament, I have engaged with this House on a regular basis since August 2021 on the situation in Afghanistan. Today, unfortunately, it is an appropriate time to discuss this with you again. I appreciate the opportunity to open this debate also on behalf of HRVP Borrell. In mid-December, we saw the Taliban introduce additional restrictions on Afghan women. They are now excluded not only from secondary, but also from university-level education. On 24th December, the Taliban issued a decree barring Afghan women from working in NGOs. The European Union strongly denounced these decisions. Furthermore, and this is worth emphasising, the Organisation of Islamic Cooperation made it clear that these decisions have been taken in violation of the purposes of the Islamic law. The humanitarian community has been forced into an operational pause in Afghanistan as the female staff are essential for the effective delivery of aid, particularly to women and children. Let me be clear about what this means. In the depth of winter, with temperatures now dropping as low as -30 degrees Celsius, and with more than 28 million Afghans in need of humanitarian support, the Taliban have taken a decision to prevent the delivery of aid and assistance services to Afghans most in need. Even though some of our partners are now able to resume services in areas where exceptions have been made, these are mainly related to the delivery of health services and in primary education, there are still ongoing debates on the way forward. We discussed these latest developments with the EU foreign ministers last week, who also manifested strong concerns. The United Nations Deputy Secretary General Amina Mohammed was in Brussels last week after her visit to Afghanistan and other countries in the region. She shared with us the results and her engagements with the Afghan de facto authorities and the search for a common position for the international community. Maintaining the unity and coordination with our partners United Nations and NGOs will be crucial. One thing is clear, the current context is not business as usual, and we cannot act as if nothing had happened. We are assessing different options at hand. Yet, our response to the Taliban must be calibrated against the need to protect Afghans, save lives and deliver assistance to the most vulnerable, especially women and children. We cannot allow the humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan to deepen even further. That is our priority, and it underscores everything we do in Afghanistan and all our engagements. A year ago now, the EU delegation returned to Kabul to help the Afghans in need and to show our continued support for the Afghan people. Since August 2021, the European Union has mobilised €419 million for humanitarian aid and more than €400 million for basic needs and livelihoods. The EU's presence and engagement show our continued commitment to the Afghan people and their future. I look forward to hearing your views on the way forward.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. Now the representatives of the groups. For the EPP, Mrs. Benteler.
Sehr geehrte Frau Kommissarin,
Madam Commissioner, colleagues, in Afghanistan we face a huge dilemma. Should we continue to help the suffering civilian population with humanitarian aid in light of the fact that the Taliban infringe our most fundamental principles and they reduce the rights of women in society and education? I know that is tearing many of us inside, but the EU is the biggest donor and we're the co-legislator and we have to face up to this question. I'm speaking in a personal capacity as a Christian Democrat, the mother of 2 children, including a daughter. And I think that precisely we in the EU have created a lot of hope for the women of Afghanistan. We've helped where we can. And when it comes to their simple survival, we cannot turn away from them. We must help, and there are signs that the new rules are being reinterpreted on the spot, and it may be through the pragmatism of the aid organisations things may get better. We cannot allow the Taliban to divert the money for their own purposes, so I hope the Commission will deliver accountability to us on this. We need to leave hope for the women of Afghanistan. They should not be marginalised and left in the lurch. That must be our call. I think we have the greatest opportunity of implementing it if we can keep our foot in the door, keeping the door open through means of humanitarian aid rather than cutting it off.
Fraktion, die Kollegin Joncheva.
Next speaker is from the S&D group, Mrs. Joncheva.
Merci, Madame. Thank you very much, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen, in order to find solutions to those problems that underpin destabilization in Afghanistan, what we're doing is not enough. Yes, humanitarian aid to Afghanistan should go up, but humanitarian aid is not a long-term solution. We cannot hope to see an improvement in the rights of young women and girls if we don't staunch the money going to those who impose these rules. So I think we should at least start talking about this. We should at least start debating the issue linked to the illegal growing of or a production of cocaine and methamphetamines. There's the trafficking of drugs and this leads to revenue that is used by criminal gangs. You have to put more pressure to bear on the Taliban so they will stop growing opium, and and they also have to provide alternative subsistence farming. Thank you.
For Renew is Mr. Austrevicius.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, dear colleagues, the Taliban regime in Afghanistan is reversing the progress of the last 20 years, which we helped to build. Life in a country is becoming a misery. Half of its population, Afghan women and girls, have become victims of gender apartheid. We, as the European Union and the rest of the world, cannot accept this situation and remain silent. The United Nations framework, with active participation of Islamic countries, need to be used to find a solution and to promote the transition from the Taliban political social totalitarian regime towards a balanced situation. Aid to Afghanistan must continue in the context of restoring and ensuring the rights of women and girls. For the sake of Afghans present and future generations, we must not allow the Taliban to further isolate the country, erase Afghanistan from the world map, and allow the gender apartheid. Thank you.
Thank you. Now for the Greens, Mrs. Strick.
Dear Chair, dear Commissioner, no one from the Council. Since our last resolution on Afghanistan, both the human rights and the humanitarian situation have dramatically worsened by new radical measures taken by the Taliban against women and girls. Girls from the age of 12 were already banned from schools, deprived of their future, their dreams and their ambitions. But women have now been banned from universities. Women and girls are systematically erased from public life. And female aid workers are banned as well, which affects 28 million people in desperate need of aid. Especially because women are only allowed to receive aid from female workers. This ban will push people over the cliff. And let us not be misled. This is not just a way to pressure the West into negotiations. This is simply how the Taliban view society and the role of women. I feel like I am in prison, treated like an animal that has no goal. This is not a life. I am dead and yet alive, says a young female aid worker. Commissioner, I agree with you. We must prioritise the well-being and the rights of Afghan women, children and men left behind in this horror. And we can do so much more. Step up the funding of aid organisations. They cannot resolve all the humanitarian aids at the moment. Use diplomacy to convince partner countries to join the sanctions and isolate the Taliban internationally. And offer sustainable protection to Afghan women and girls who are on our territories. The EU Asylum Agency has concluded that they are entitled to asylum, but many of them are still in a legal limbo and suffer from uncertainty. Commission, follow up this instruction from our agency and enforce their right to protection. Words of solidarity and grief mean nothing without concrete support.
Vielen Dank. Für die ID-Fraktion.
Thank you. ID, Mr. Mariani.
The EU is paradoxical when it comes to Afghanistan. We know that Taliban wouldn't respect what the Western powers want. These men live and fight to define our countries that they think are barbarian and decadent. Shia minorities, women, ethnic minorities are never going to be in a stable situation while they rule Afghanistan. Why do we think that they would listen to us? In 2009, 2010, I was a special representative of France in Afghanistan, and I met women that were very bold and courageous. They didn't just fight against the mullahs, but for their future, and our institutions forgot about them. In order to help Afghani women, we needed to have a geopolitical compromise in Kabul and stop kowtowing to Pakistan. We really should have worked with all the components in the political spectrum and not work with a puppet government. We need to defend women, but to do that we should have been realistic, and we weren't. Thank you.
Nächste Rednerin ist die Kollegin Daly.
Thank you. Mrs. Daly is the next speaker.
Thanks, President. I find it a bit hard to take some of the hand-wringing in here about the terrible plight of women and girls in Afghanistan, when outside of these doors hundreds of young Afghans are on the streets of Brussels without a bed, without enough food, and we say nothing. When the claims of Hazara genocide are met with silence and our borders locked to them. When 6 times as many Afghan households are fleeing the impact of drought than they were 2 years ago. 3.2 million children acutely malnourished, 2/3 of the population dependent on humanitarian aid, 4 million more than last year. And hardly 10 people out of 700 could bother to come in here and even talk about it. Well, I'm glad to see the leaked documents from November, when the Commission has finally woken up to the fact that humanitarian aid is not enough, no matter who distributes it. But even the Conservative Human Rights Watch has acknowledged that the shortfalls in food, education and health will not be met without a plan that involves the Taliban. We might hate it, but it's the reality. Otherwise, we're condemning millions of Afghans to poverty, misery, death and destruction. The Afghan people don't deserve to be punished as retribution for the West losing its unjust war. We have to lift the sanctions. We have to unfreeze the financial flows. We have to let the Afghans survive and live. Shutting our mouths and closing our eyes is not good enough any longer.
Dankeschön. Als nächstes spricht der Kollege.
Thank you. Mr. Castaldo is the next speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, dear Madam Commissioner. According to the International Committee of the Red Cross, 55% of the Afghan population is in dire need of humanitarian assistance, a number set to rise due to the winterization of the crisis. The decision to ban women from working in the public sector is not only unacceptable in itself, but it also constitutes a crime against humanity, as it directly hampers the delivery of the humanitarian aid. Therefore, apart from expanding our individual sanctions to the Taliban leadership, we should also submit a formal request to the International Criminal Court to investigate and prosecute those responsible. Nevertheless, we ask you, dear Madam Commissioner, to encourage and support the United Nations and the engaged NGOs to find workarounds that can prevent the halt of the humanitarian assistance. Dear colleagues, we cannot look the other way while children, women and men, to which we promised a better future, are starving and do not have access to medicines. While we strongly and unwaveringly condemn the aberrant policies put in place by the Taliban regime, we must do all we can for avoiding that Afghanistan becomes the hell on earth.
Dankeschön. Ab jetzt sind wir wieder ein bisschen.
Thank you. Now we're going to be stricter with the timing from now on. Mrs. Tsovka.
President, Madam Commissioner, we should not close our eyes after our retreat from Afghanistan and forget about the peace-building efforts of the last decades. We should not let apartheid against women flourish. With the takeover by the Taliban, the humanitarian situation in Afghanistan has severely deteriorated, and I deeply deplore the recent ban by the Taliban for all activities of female aid workers. In humanitarian crises, women and children are the most vulnerable, and it is often the female aid workers that can deliver the highly needed assistance to these groups and reach the most remote communities. I call on the EU diplomatics effort to work on the removal of these restrictions and to make further humanitarian aid conditional to lifting this ban. Furthermore, more needs to be done against the threat posed by terrorist groups that reside, train and operate in Afghanistan. While the international engagement in Afghanistan was exactly to fight against terrorism, these groups are getting stronger again. They form a danger for Afghani people, their neighbouring countries and the wider world. Mistakes from the past should not not be repeated. Security should be safeguarded. Thank you.
Dankeschön. Nächster Redner ist der Kollege.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Mr. Kuster.
The Taliban have 35 regulations which they have issued against women and girls. They are running a procedure that makes them invisible, and now Afghani women no longer may work for NGOs or international organizations. Thousands of women can no longer support their families. The health care is about to break down. Women and girls are completely excluded from basic supplies. Human life is at risk. And the EU came to the conclusion last week that Afghani women and children essentially are threatened by persecution, and that's why they have right to protection in the EU. And for doing that, they have decided that women and girls from Afghanistan should be considered a part of convention refugees. And I think all EU member states should do that. And for that reason, we have to have the protection of these refugees. Women, this is something we owe to the girls and the women and the people of Afghanistan.
Vice President Bear. Afghan women and girls are going through a devastating nightmare. No access to schools or universities, quite simply banned from knowledge and education. An entire female generation is being threatened with societal oblivion, and freedom is being snuffed out by the Taliban. Women and girls having their existence cynically snuffed out. We need to do something. Every day of no action is a capitulation to the Taliban. Every day we don't act, we are leaving the women and girls in Afghanistan in the lurch. We need a broad alliance for an online university for Afghanistan. Bachelor's and master study courses could be offered to male and female Afghans, both at home and abroad, the opportunity to begin or continue their studies. Many academics had to flee Afghanistan and could continue to teach online. We'd keep the door open for the young people in Afghanistan for a future they determine themselves courageously, throwing off any repression. Thank you. Mrs. Moretti is the next speaker.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you very much, President. More than 1 million girls in Afghanistan can't go to school. Banning them from education means that you're banning a fundamental right. And also it means that these women cannot make a political, economic and social contribution. Without women's work, Afghanistan won't be able to extricate itself from its current situation, with 97% of the population living in poverty and many who suffer acute hunger. So key essential services that are usually managed by women are at risk. They are vital to save lives, especially the lives of girls and children. They are the victims of violence, sexual abuse, torture, without being able to get health care or legal aid. I would like the EU to speak in favor of temporary visas for Afghan women and girls so that they can come to the safety of Europe and escape inferno. We have to continue denouncing the abuse and violence that women are suffering at the hands of the Taliban. Let us not leave them alone. Thank you.
Thank you. So Rafaela is the next speaker.
Thank you. The situation for women in Afghanistan is very alarming. More than that. And what is happening in Afghanistan right now is gender apartheid. That's what it is. It's not gender segregation, it's gender apartheid. And we have a duty as international community to first understand that the Taliban will not restore the situation of women and girls. They will not do it. They will keep doing this, undermining women's rights in Afghanistan. And the international community should not be naive. We should offer these women and girls in Afghanistan a way out. And that's why I'm asking Mr. Borrell for the EU to introduce special visas for Afghan women and girls. And that's their way out to make sure that they have a safe life in the European Union and that they can continue their lives and can choose their own future. And let me be clear, we knew that this would happen. We were waiting to see what would happen, and so many people were already warning for this. So let's take our responsibility now. The Taliban has shown that they don't know anything about women's rights. They don't respect women's rights, and they will never do so. Thank you.
Dankeschön. Wir kommen zum Catch the Eye-Verfahren.
Thank you. Catch the Eye is next. I have 7 requests for the floor. We'll take them all. Mr. Polchak, followed by Sandesh.
Thank you very much for the floor, Chair. At the beginning of the 20th century, Afghanistan was rather a prosperous country. At the end of the 20th century, it lay in ruins. We've made many mistakes as far as Afghanistan is concerned, but it was clear at the time that this country did have certain hope. Now we must not leave the Afghan people behind. It is crucial that we condemn the violence against women. It is an apartheid. I fully agree with that. Minorities, the same thing. There are draconic punishments that have been introduced, and all of this is entirely unacceptable. We have to stop the financial sources by which the regime is financed. It is also very important that we speak here about Afghanistan here in the Parliament, but what we have to realize is that there are many Afghans who are starving in the EU. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Santosh, followed by Olekas.
Depois do descalabro da retirada do Afeganistão, que só nos...
Thank you very much. Now, after the failed withdrawal of Afghanistan, all we get is disturbing news. Last December, women were banned from education. They were excluded from universities. They were no longer allowed to go to secondary schools, and this is a flagrant violation of the right to education. Not allowing women from participating in the labour market really had a humanitarian impact. NGOs and humanitarian organisations play a very important role in Afghanistan, a very important role when it comes to the survival of men, women and children. But being here and diagnosing the situation is not enough. We have to be active. We have to join forces with the United Nations in order to make sure that the population can benefit from the necessary humanitarian aid so that they're not held hostage by the Taliban regime. It is also necessary to make progress on the issue of targeted sanctions against those who violate human rights. But we also mustn't forget to grant humanitarian visas to lawyers and all those who are the victims of persecution in Afghanistan and that need these humanitarian visas.
Danke. Nächster Redner ist der Kollege.
The next speaker is Mr. Olekas. Please stick to the time, 1 minute.
No. Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, I had an opportunity to visit Afghanistan a few times. I saw the women of Afghanistan who are very caring and talented. Today we have a very clear message. We have to make a pressure on the regime so that they could not use the financial resources that they have now. The drug dealing was mentioned here. If we reduce the consumption of drugs here in Europe, the supply in Afghanistan will go down immediately. Moreover, we have to target our assistance on the most vulnerable groups like women, children and minorities. At the same time, let us pay attention to the fact to those people who come to Europe from Afghanistan. They have to be supported properly. The children have to be allowed to get the education and maybe at some point have the ability to return to Afghanistan and to reform the country. The talented generation that was raised in Afghanistan at the period of our aid to that country now would be capable of supporting that country if we support them properly. Thank you.
Dankeschön. Als nächstes folgt.
Thank you very much. The next is Mr. Andrews and then Mr. Marquardt.
Thank you, Madam President, Commissioner, colleagues. I spoke in the January plenary imploring NGOs to stay the course and to fight the ban on female staff working in NGOs in Afghanistan. NGOs were right to suspend programmes. In many cases, of course, they had no choice. Now there is some progress, and I commend Martin Griffiths and Amina Mohammed of the UN for taking the time to visit Afghanistan. And clearly they have extracted some concessions, and it's also clear that the Taliban is not homogenous and that there are agreements being made at local levels, and that they have extracted guidelines from the Taliban to allow exemptions for female workers. The humanitarian principles, however, should be applied, and principled aid means female workers and practical aid means female workers. I would also commend the idea of humanitarian visas for Afghanistan. I would also suggest there is no reason why we shouldn't apply the Temporary Protection Directive to those who are now almost inevitably fleeing Afghanistan. Thank you.
Vielen Dank. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Andrews, but we've just heard from him. My apologies. Colleague Marquardt.
Kollege Marquardt, jetzt bin ich im Film.
Ja, herzlich willkommen. Vielen Dank.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. In Afghanistan, there's 65% unemployment, 90% of people are hungry, and 20 million women have no rights, and they're being robbed of their future. It's really terrible how the Taliban is dealing with this country and is making society the butt of their ideology. And slowly but surely we're beginning to feel helpless. What can we do to make the Taliban see sense? We're looking for levers, but I think it would be facile to say that we can find these levers easily. I think we need to maintain humanitarian principles. Humanitarian aid should not be politicized. We shouldn't make it conditional on the Taliban's behaving as we want. But we need to look for other ideas. In the neighboring countries, we could give scholarships to a lot of Afghanis women and girls. Hundreds and thousands of girls and women could be offered a future by studying abroad. Thank you. Mr. Wallace.
Thank you very much, President. The aftermath of NATO's criminal intervention in Afghanistan worsens every day. At the centre of the humanitarian disaster is Washington's assets freeze and the fear it creates among foreign banks about breaching restrictions. 28 million people will be in need of humanitarian assistance this year, and the Taliban are a total nightmare. What is Europe's response? We want to weaponise our tariff system in order to threaten Afghanistan and force them to take back people fleeing this disaster that we helped to create. We have to stop punishing Afghanistan. We must pressure the US to unfreeze the assets, and we must provide assistance to other countries in the region bearing the brunt of the crisis, like Iran and Pakistan, both suffering already from sanctions and natural disasters, and they're struggling to cope with the refugees. And we have to stop fuelling the war in Ukraine and work for peace instead. The war is compounding multiple problems all over the world, affecting billions of lives.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. To conclude, Catch the Eye, colleague Demirel. Thank you, Chair, President. The German Foreign Minister has spoken about feminist foreign policy, and Ursula von der Leyen likes to talk about women's rights. But look to Afghanistan. For 20 years, NATO was present in Afghanistan, waging a war that was supposed to defend women. After 20 years of bombing in NATO, how are women doing in Afghanistan? It's worse than ever for them. Now, the Taliban can suppress and oppress people and women using Western intelligence and weapons. There's only ash and dust left there. And the German foreign minister says that she wants to further cut aid to Afghanistan this winter. I say, is that green feminist foreign policy? If it is, then I say no thank you. NGOs are fighting back against the plans to cut the budget in Afghanistan. Thank you very much, Ms. Demirel. To close, Commissioner Urpilainen, on behalf of the Vice President, High Representative.
President, honourable members, I would like to thank you for this very timely exchange on the crisis in Afghanistan. In February, the Foreign Affairs Council will return for a discussion on Afghanistan with the objective to define the way ahead and on concrete actions to hold the Taliban accountable for their actions and the violations of basic human rights. For now, I want to underline all options are on the table, both with regards to humanitarian assistance and support to basic needs. The European Union will continue to stand firmly to protect the human rights of Afghan women and girls and is ready to coordinate the common way forward with our international partners. We need to ensure international coherence, including a division of labour. Your support in the process will continue to be fundamental. So thank you for the discussion.
Vielen Dank, Frau Kommissar.
Thank you, Commissioner Urpilainen. That ends the debate. The S&D has put forward changes to committee vice presidents that will be included in the minutes of this meeting and will come into force from today on. In jury, they'll be looking at Mr. Rasmussen, Mr. Paulsen and Mr. Anders Vistesen with effect from the 22nd of November 2022, and Ms. Beatrice Kovasi with the effect of the 6th of December 2022 onwards. Now, in line with Rule 172, we now have the 1-minute speeches. I would like to inform you that for the 1-minute speeches, you are invited to take the floor from your seat. We begin with Ms. Asimakopoulou.
Thank you, Chair. The case of the 38 immigrants that were supposedly found on Greek soil on the border with Turkey have been proven to be fake news. It has been admitted by a Syrian refugee. The NGO actually admitted it was a mistake, and Spiegel magazine drew back its articles. However, the MEPs of Syriza, Mr. Kouloglou and Mr. Arvanitis, went on with a written question, and Mr. Kouloglou is still speaking ill of the Greek Ministry of Migration. Dear colleagues, those people that have spread fake news against Greece for the so-called Little Maria in the River Evros now owe a big apology to the European Parliament, but mainly to the Greek people. Thank you very much.
Vielen Dank, Frau Kollegin Asimakopoulou.
Thank you very much, Ms. Asimakopoulou. Now, Mr. Negrescu.
Vreau să spun foarte clar. Europa trebuie să se trezească.
I should like to state clearly that Europe should wake up. The situation is extremely difficult, and we will only be able to act if we have European solutions to help our citizens. Inflation, the hike in prices, that means that many people do not have access to health care or to education. Socially speaking, we've seen that EU companies are also impacted, and EU funds just aren't enough. Now, we need to look to simple solutions to assist our citizens on a daily basis and in their daily lives. Let us recognize the fact that some of our states do not respect fundamental rights. In some cases, there is discrimination, indeed, but Europe is the best project that we have accomplished in our history. Today, in the UK, we've seen the consequences of Euroscepticism. The founders of Europe hoped for more, and we need to give more to our citizens and make sure that it's better, because we all represent Europe and we should act for them.
Thank you, Mr. Negrescu.
Entschuldigung. Es folgt der Kollege Stefan.
The next speaker is Mr. Stefanuta.
Danke, Herr Vorsitzender. Cine minte? Cancelarul Austriei?
Thank you very much. Europe is banging on the door. There are lots of countries queuing up to join Schengen. There's a political campaign ongoing in Austria. I can't even listen to it. And why can't I listen to it? Because it's just not right. We're in the European Parliament. We can't pretend. We're seeing injustice. We're seeing injustice vis-à-vis 20 million Romanians. They're part of the European Union. Commissioner, we're being told that Europe is a route for migrations. That's not the situation. We got the data. We've heard from Frontex. And we've got to give people hope, otherwise we're not credible. Thank you.
Thank you, Kollege Stefan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stefanutza. The next speaker is Mrs. O'Sullivan.
Thank you, Chair. Later this month, the European Parliament plans to send a delegation of MEPs to Palestine. It comes at a time when 35 Palestinians and 7 Israelis have been killed in January alone. Just last week, the President of Israel addressed this Parliament and said that his country is, I quote, open to criticism like all members in the family of nations. Yet, this time last year, our delegation of MEPs was barred from travelling to the West Bank and Gaza, where Israel controls almost every facet of Palestinian life. This is not the behaviour of a country that is open to criticism. MEPs must be allowed to travel through Israel this month to assess the situation in Palestine. And if not, this House must back its MEPs with swift action. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. O'Sullivan. The next speaker is Mr. Le Breton. President, colleagues, on the 19th of January, the EU's Court of Justice banned the use of neonicotinoids. It means that there can no longer be an application on beet seed. That means that French farmers are in a difficult situation. 1 in 4 beet producers wants to throw in the towel and turn to other crops. In the long term, sugar production in France could collapse. The French farming minister has said that there will be 100% compensation for beet losses, which is due to lack of treatment. The Commissioner for Agriculture has said that there can be exceptional national aid. I hope that these commitments will be complied with so that French beet seed producers will continue to produce. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege Le Breton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Le Breton. The next speaker is Mr. Jambatsky.
Thank you very much, President. Colleagues, on the 19th of January this year, a young man, Christian Pendikov, was severely beaten in Ohrid because he defines himself as Bulgarian. This is a classic crime of hate. This was written by the prosecutor in the town of Ohrid. He says that this person was beaten because he defines himself as Bulgarian. Before that, there were attacks on Bulgarian cultural clubs in Macedonia, in Bitola, in Ohrid. Also, a Nazi-like legislation legislation was passed, and this legislation bans using Bulgarian flags. All these crimes are targeted towards an ethnic group in North Macedonia, which defines themselves as Bulgarian. All these actions, of course, are more or less visibly supported by politicians in North Macedonia. This should be condemned by all of us, and the Republic of North Macedonia should be made to defend the right of self-determination and follow international law. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jambatsky. The next speaker is Mr. McManus.
Last week, the Irish government failed to support a Sinn Féin motion demanding the end to a deal between Quilcha, our state-owned forestry service, and the British investment fund Gresham House. The Irish public, farmers and environmentalists alike are united in their indignation. The use of our natural assets in a deal with foreign investment funds adds insult to injury. Again, another example of an Irish government standing idly by as Cuckoo, Vulture and investment funds profit off the backs of Irish workers and families. This deal won't benefit the environment. It won't help Ireland reach our climate goals. The deal only lines the pockets of corporations with no regards for our resources or citizens. As shareholders, on behalf of the Irish people, I am calling on the Irish government to abandon this deal, which flies in the face of real and meaningful climate action. If the Irish government fails on this, they fail rural Ireland, they fail forestry and will fail biodiversity. Garmaigev Galer.
Thank you very much, Mr. McManus. I don't see Ms. Yaroka, so the next speaker is Mr. Sokol.
Thank you very much. The EU right protects the geographical indication for all industrial products as well as food, such as Dalmatian pursuit. But the protection of non-edible products is something that is not regulated in the EU, and Croatia is full of these. Another problem is the fact that there is no cross-border system of mutual recognition of national protection systems. Chipka from Pag, Zlatves from Slavonia are just some of cultural heritage examples that have for too long been put aside and neglected. It is high time that the Croatian legislation recognizes the importance of our Croatian cultural heritage and to protect the work of our local population. I salute the intention to protect geographical indication for crafted industrial products, and I call upon the European Parliament to harmonize the situation so that nobody would profit because of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sokol. The next speaker is Mrs. Serdash.
Thank you very much, President. The European Year of Skills has the objective of empowering workers with all of the skills and knowledge that they need to guarantee that no one is left behind in the green and digital transition. The outermost regions are extremely affected by an exodus of the working population, as well as the fact that young people are leaving. And that is why we need and urgently need to develop and to implement comprehensive strategies to attract and keep people in these regions. That means we should fight any scarcity in labor in those sectors, for example, where we need people, as well as making sure that there is occupational training for those in the specific areas where there is a need in the labor market. Also, make sure that we're developing investment networks for the development of young talent through adapted policies that are keen to the regional and local realities. We need to also make sure that we have the training for green and blue jobs in those outermost regions. We have to make sure that 2023 is a year to make sure this is done. Thank
you very much, Mrs. Serdash. The next speaker is Mr. Butosh.
Stimați colegi, doamna...
Thank you very much, Chairman. Colleagues, Commissioner, we're entitled to have an opinion and to express our opinions. The right of free speech is one of the basic rights of the European Union, but that's not the right to disinformation, nor to defend your own opinions as the absolute truth. Online communication has ensured that we now have a situation where disinformation can be spread very easily, including to people who don't check whether it's true or not. And that this disinformation is now spread through traditional media as well, through newspapers in the whole of the European Union. No rules are respected anymore. Only financial interest is important. This is very dangerous for democracy because we abuse the good faith of the population, and it also changes social behavior. It changes behavior and leads to polarization. This is something we need to attack as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Botosh. The next speaker is Mr. Marquardt. Thank you very much, President. I wanted to say that it's become normal, including in particular on the right of this Parliament, to criminalise those fleeing in the Mediterranean and to criminalise those who are helping in search and rescue, the NGOs. There's no arguments in favour of this, but apparently it's the NGOs who are responsible for the drowning of people in the Mediterranean fleeing. So I wanted to point out that it doesn't make sense to say that. The NGOs were founded after people began to drown in the Mediterranean. Countless studies show that NGOs don't lead to more ships leaving ports. And if you look at 2021, the most recent data, you see that 90% of people in Italy are saved by civil society organisations or the Coast Guard. So the smuggling organisations don't care if there are NGOs or not. We have to recognise this situation. Thank you very much, Mr. Marquardt.
The next speaker is Mr. Panzer.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you very much, President. Now, 80 years have gone by since the 26th of January in 1943. In that time, the Italian Alpine Army Corps were waging the battle in Nikolaiwka. And in fact, we know that this was an unmotivated war. That was the wrong war. Today, 80 years on, we know that the Alpini, who had such a strong spirit of brotherhood and solidarity, and they placed that at the service of the people, even though we know that there was the flooding that has brought the communities to its knees. And we know that they have done the best they can to make sure that they answer the needs of the people. These are the fundamental values that we want to build our society on, the ones that the Alpine units embody. And that is one of the things that we, I think, need to absolutely honor here today in this chamber. Long live the Alpine units. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Panzer. The next speaker is Mr. Teresh.
Thank you. Stimați cetățeni ai statelor Uniunii Europene, asistăm de mai mult timp la cel mai
Thank you. We're seeing that a lot of different things are happening in the member states. Our individual rights and our basic rights are being attacked. This is a matter of the sovereignty of our member states. You are tinkering with our constitutions. This is not done with weapons. It's done through administrative instruments by the European Union institutions. They want to undermine the constitutions. We can't represent ourselves anymore. Everything has to be represented by the European Union which is not even elected. This is a major attack on the sovereignty of our member states. It's very serious indeed. We adopted constitutions, but they're being undermined by unelected people who know nothing about our constitutions. This is a tyranny, and we've got to bring it to an end before it's too late.
Thank you very much, Mr. Teres. The next speaker is Mrs. Pereira. President, work and tiny salaries don't ensure fundamental rights like the right to accommodation. Costs are going up. They're spiralling upwards. We see working families. They have to share houses with others. They have to move back in with their parents, or they often even become homeless. We can't accept this social model. Inflation goes together with real estate speculation. At the same time, we have lax tax systems, and because of that, people have to choose between eating and having a roof over their head. Housing is a lucrative investment sector. Instead of housing being there to provide a roof over someone's head, it is a plaything. It leads to further inequalities. We need more social housing. We need the state to do its right. Guaranteeing the right to housing is enshrined in the Constitution. The state also needs to protect the market, deal with the market, and ensure that people are protected from the high interest rates of the ECB. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Frau Kollegin Pereira.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Pereira. The next speaker is Mrs. Lexman.
Colleagues, in August 2020, we saw and were shocked by what happened in Charleroi. We saw that Joseph Chovanec was attacked and later died. Therefore, a letter was presented, and we made a request to make sure that those responsible will be held responsible. And we know that those police in the police force that assaulted Joseph Chovanec did not have any criminal charges brought against them. So I was wondering, how is it possible that in the EU can we have a situation in which the rule of law is not upheld with where something with where a fair trial is assured? And I'd like to therefore to request a fair investigation and an adequate investigation into these facts. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Frau Kollegin Lexman. Es folgt Frau
Thank you, Mrs. Lexman. The next speaker is Mrs. Roten-Nedevalova.
Mikro.
Is good? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. 1. januára 2023 sme oslavili.
First, thank you very much. On the 1st of January 2023, we celebrated the 30th anniversary of the peaceful division of Czechoslovakia and thus the creation of the independent Slovak Republic. I think that this is an important milestone that deserves to be celebrated. Slovakia gradually became a member of all important international organizations and in 2004 also of the European Union. Thanks to the work and commitment of the left-wing government, we joined Schengen in 2009, have been using the euro ever since. We thus significantly protected our citizens from economic fluctuations, and even today we benefit from this. I'm happy that Croatia joined us in Schengen this year, so that our citizens can travel freely without borders to all the seas in Europe. The Slovak presidency of the Union in 2016 is still perceived as very successful. We may not always have the same opinion on everything, but we've always been a constructive partner. Thank you.
Frau Kollegin Roden-Nevedalova.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ms. Miranda.
President, I'm from Galicia, and there are some 70,000 children who do not have a pediatrician, and the local townships do not have an office for pediatricians. that means that many areas are left without any doctor. The situation is getting worse. More than 25% of working pediatricians are over 65 years of age. And so we need to make sure that we have proper medical care for young people and teenagers. They need specific care and they deserve it. We know that public health is funded in Spain below the average in terms of GDP in Europe, and in Galicia it's worse. Young people should be treated the same in Galicia as in any other part of Europe, and therefore there should be a pediatrician in every single township. Thank you, President.
Vielen Dank, Frau Kollegin.
Thank you very much, Ms. Miranda. Chagnon.
Colleagues, I am an elected official in France from the Somme in Picardy, the biggest sugar beet producer in France. I am speaking on behalf of thousands of French farmers, a whole production chain which could die out because of a disproportionate decision which isn't in line with environmental goals. The decision of the European Court of Justice means that sugar beet producers can no longer use neonicotinoids in the member states. That is a brutal decision. This insecticide is needed to protect beets from aphids. You cannot ignore the fact that Macron will implement this, and this means that there will be more aphids, there will be a drop in sugar beet yields, and people will no longer produce this crop. Farmers and researchers should have been given time to produce an alternative. Instead, the minister is going to adopt a disastrous Brussels policy. They prefer to abandon French farmers in the middle of a production year rather than displeasing Brussels. So instead we'll be getting in cane sugar from Latin America instead of producing it ourselves.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chagnon. Mr. Nishingen.
Herr Präsident.
President, sun creams and toothpaste and the other product I held up three products which are likely to disappear if the Commission gets its ways. There's new legislation. This is totally out of line with reality. They find that substances which are dangerous, they're usually not dangerous. Usually the UNV production is what is worrying people, and the same is the case for ethanol, but they're not dangerous if they're used in small concentrations. Fluorine is a good example. Fluorine is dangerous if you eat too much, but it's very good in small quantities to protect your teeth. We're just trying to make life more difficult and miserable for people. It's not dangerous to have clean teeth or to smell nice. So please stop this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Nissinen. Mr. Pinetopoulos.
Thank you very much, President. Now, GDP growth, and we've seen that there's only been 2 times in Portugal since '67. First and foremost, we know that we've seen this growth in GDP, but also wages have gone down for workers, and they've also lost their purchasing power. We've seen that many corporations are increasing their properties, but we've also seen inequality has increased. And successive governments, nonetheless, have attacked collective bargaining, public services, and all investments in the public sector, as well as the social investment in the country. Second, we know that this growth is characterized by certain specific conditions where there's been an enormous increase in debt and the deficit of the country. That means that economic growth in the country absolutely needs to be much more sustainable than it is under these circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pimenta Lopez. Now, Mr. Polak, please.
Ďakujem pekne za slovo. Napriek rozrazaniu.
Thank you very much. The police had control, but the previous Smrda government continues to be protected. If we look at paragraph 363 on the sponsors and families of politicians, there was use of a loophole there. The same scenario every time. Whenever this issue is put to the court, we see that what happened with Robert Fico, there is a video with speaking to the public prosecutor. It's believed that the public prosecutor is exploiting a loophole. So he is believed to have been involved with the kidnapping of a Vietnamese national who came to Slovakia via Germany. There are no reasons, apparently, to prosecute this, though.
Thank you. I don't see Mr. Suhodaru. I don't see Mr. Beck either, for that matter. Mr. Hooghaven.
Voorzitter,
President, in the night between the 20th and 21st, 2020, the plane of the French Prime Minister was ready to take off. This was when we were talking about Corona, and the Netherlands didn't want to join in. But then there was a phone call to Mr. Charles Michel that Prime Minister Rutte was prepared to negotiate. And that led to 800 billion euros of debt on the AAA account for the Netherlands. And again, we're having the same thing. This is the industrial fund. Again, Mr. Rutte is saying no, but who believes him? We've got to have a different situation. Member states and governments need to be able to take on their own responsibilities. The taxpayers can't keep doing it. For this one, it's no, and it remains no. Thank you, Mr. Hoogeveen. Mr. Wallace.
Mr. President, on the 6th of March last year, the security services of Ukraine, SBU, arrested the first secretary of the Ukrainian Komsomol, Mikhail Kononovich, and his brother Alexander. They were accused of treason and spreading pro-Russian views. These two young communists are subjected to physical and psychological torture, beatings, lashings, sleep deprivation and threats of execution. Political repression of communists, peace activists and progressive forces is common in both Ukraine and Russia. If Russians do it, it's a travesty. Yet when Ukrainians do it, they're spreading democracy and representing European values. Member States are divided on speeding up accession for Ukraine, and rightly so. The levels of corruption is comical. The Zelensky government empowers far-right extremists and neo-Nazis while destroying workers' rights and banning 12 opposition parties. And, as we can see from the case of the Kononovich brothers, are busy persecuting them. We cannot just ignore this oppression. We can start by calling for the release of these two men.
Thank
you, Mr. Wallace. Mr. Tomac, please.
Vă mulțumesc, domnule președinte, doamnă comisar.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner. Today, I would like to address a subject that is important to me, Serbia, a candidate country to the EU. Lest we forget, when the procedure started for accession, Romania requested the protection of a certain ethnicity. There is a Romanian minority in Serbia where the rights are still being highly limited. And when it comes to the Orthodox Church, we have seen that the authorities have really discriminated against this church in Serbia. Now, I do believe that Serbia can accede to the EU, and I have very much respect for the country, but they must respect all ethnicities in the country. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege Tomak. Es folgt
Thank you, Mr. Tomak. Mr. Court.
President, it is up to us to build our common European home. We decide whether it will be strong and principled or weak and robbed of its values. Yes, the EU is a house, and our role is to strengthen that house. That's why we have been elected, to keep it safe from its enemies, to protect the weakest, and for its inhabitants to live in harmony and prosperity. However, as in every home, there are those who denigrate the family and carry away the family silver. There are those people here as well. Some torpedo sanctions on Putin and don't want to give arms to Ukraine. Others, day in, day out, spit on the Union, copying Kremlin propaganda. This is the moment in European history when we need a stronger and more integrated union. Firstly, we need an end to the pathology of the veto in the Council, which allows Orban to block sanctions. Secondly, we need energy independence. Thirdly, Putin's black dream, a common European army and a common foreign policy. A strong EU means a secure future for millions of Europeans. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege.
Thank you, Mr. Kohut. Mr. Polchak.
Děkuji. Thank you very much. Many mountainous regions and structurally damaged regions, in other words, poor regions, are in a situation that is deteriorating. They are depopulated. They have no future. They are not attractive for young people. They stagnate. There is no development, and they are being deserted. There are deserted regions within the European Union. It seems like the cohesion policy is failing in certain areas. Our Just Transition Fund seems not to work like we want it to work. Unfortunately, the opposite is true. Many regions are a pole of growth where everyone wants to live. I think that the failure of our cohesion policy and of our regional policy must be tackled much better than until today. We have to make agriculture attractive. We must bring attractive jobs and business opportunities for these regions. If we don't do that, our rural areas will stagnate and they will depopulate.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege.
Thank you, Mr. Polchak. And Ms. Jaroka to end the one-minute speeches.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, dear colleagues. We could pay tribute last week to the victims of the Holocaust last week, including all those Roma families who lost their beloved ones to this unthinkable horror and whose descendants still suffer discrimination in one form or another. Therefore, this Parliament in 2010 and 11 forced the Hungarian presidency to accept a European Roma strategy, and then the same European Parliament in 2020 reviewed this very same Roma strategy. Now, after the COVID crisis and the war, what we need is that the Swedish presidency put this on the table, on the agenda of the Council again, because we are starting from zero. People are starving in Roma communities. I hope that this cross-party political resolution should be signed in April. Thank you.
Dank, Frau Kollegin Jaroka.
Thank you, Ms. Jaroka. Ms. Daly.
Chair, I had my name on the list. I was told that there wasn't enough time and there were too many speakers, but we've only had 27. We still have time and some people didn't turn up, so I'm just wondering what the story is. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. You are a gentleman. Thank you. Italian anarchist Alfredo Cospito is on his 105th day of hunger strike against the 41 bis prison regime under which he is incarcerated. A prison regime which authorises the violation of human rights, no phone calls, no parcels, no mixing with other prisoners, 22-hour lockup, 1 visit a month. A prison regime condemned by the European Court of Human Rights for breaching 2 of its articles. Yet this regime continues to exist in an EU member state unchallenged in our so-called democracies. Alfredo has lost over 40 kilos. His potassium levels have dropped. He will die unless action is taken. The Minister for Justice, who must rule on the revocation by February 12th, has said he's going to leave the decision to the judiciary until the 7th of March. This is a death sentence. Alfredo doesn't have that time left. So the question is, will the EU remain silent? This is a human rights issue. Over 200 jurists and lawyers have condemned his treatment. 41 bis must be revoked. Save Alfredo Cospito. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague. This is not a question of gentlemanlikeness, and don't mix up with the standby queue at Ryanair. Yeah?
My colleague says is someone who treats others the way they would like to be treated themselves, and I very much appreciate your intervention and understanding.
Believe it or not, President, but the definition was first spoken by Francis Bacon in the 17th century in Britain, and when someone challenged him and asked him what was a gentleman or a lady, and he said it's one who treats others as he would like to be treated by them.
Yes, but I'm sure that Francis Bacon also would have judged that the 30-minute speech topic is not a question for the Ryanair standby queue. Die nächste Sitzung findet am Donnerstag, 2. Februar.
The next sitting will start at 8:30 tomorrow and Thursday. The agenda is available on the website, has been published. The sitting is closed. Enjoy your evening and thank you for support. Sitting is closed.
La partie facile.